Thursday, the 4th of June 2020, and approximately 15 minutes gone past 1500 hours. We're here once again on Bamaso. And thanks for tuning in to Ak24 Radio. Around here, very simple. We have an objective of figuring out what we need to be doing in order to make Ghana that very beautiful place we want it to be. So if you are joining us for the first time, you would have to do away with all your secondary identities to make it easy for you to, play part of the activities going on around here. And then you put on only your primary identity. When I say put on your primary identity, it simply means you stepping into that primary identity of you being a Ghanaian in the context of what we are discussing here. So here we see ourselves as Ghanaians, and we see others as Ghanaians as well. So if you are joining us, be mindful of these very simple rules of engagement, rules of association, whichever way you want to put it. And when you go by these very simple rules, you would enjoy every bit of the action that goes on here. To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And here can see an astronco and come out. Maybe we will be out of video at Ak24 Radio, some pensui. Ak24 Radio, so that when you know Bamaso Jumedi and so Anna Yedruno. Na ye PM wa ha, ye be nyina say, ye be hwe kwan ye betumi afa ama o my Ghana afa ne ntomapa efra. nti free sam pempensuo ya ye kwa kopem se ye de dwumadi no ba wiye no ahobrase ene ani die kwan so ye mesre obi bia obetu ne nan esi dwumadi so ene se obero o party ntare ne nyina gu baabi na ye mami tudozi a oku die ojama ye no wa share no mom ama ewiase nyina hunu se odogana na enne pankuto enso ana ope ama saa o mai no no kwasem ewo mu ene se ya drift away from the ideal situation. Yeah, drifting away from the ideal situation for a very, very long time. Into yeah, koye say, ya yira ache na so yira cha so wo yira che afi na waba mu kura ya bu so obey de bay ubehu ekwan all the way back to the ideal situation. Akoye say on utu kwan na wayira multiple times no ahia waba mbebu kura say ahia unhu kwan no kura no waye de bay wasa tie so back onto on track, right? Enti minim say imbebre ya drifted from our ideal self. When we say our ideal self, the fact that we should be seeing ourselves we should be seeing ourselves as Ghanaians. That is the ideal situation. And the reality now is many people have wandered so far in their secondary identities. They perceive ba ni hu ye kwan no. Na said onyansafo bi kan asem no say when you remember where you come from, right? It can help you to know where you are going to. And when we wander from the ideal self, where we come from, it can help us redirect ourselves back to the ideal situation. The ideal situation is where we came from, and we have wandered into the secondary identity, that is the real as it stands now. And just remember where you came from, and then it will help you, guide you on your way back to the ideal situation. Such as here no yaba no de adwuma kese pa ane ye be ye wa ha sei dodo na agina wo so, dodo na agina me so, dodo na agina yes wa utie eso obi nnum aduru ma yarefo da bi se eduru no e wo se ye de sawo mpo a ye de be sawo se wo se ye de tua wo a ye de be tua se wuntimi nnom na wo se ye ne drip kra na ye de ma wa e wo se oje esan se obi nnum aduru e ma oyarefo nti memo akwaba kese pa de abadwumadi so pensio bi si wunchan na nenso ye nya ne kakra na ye momodia ye nhwehwe anama e wo so yetu na o my Ghana efa ntuma pa ifra ene ye nkoma ye bidie no ede edosun so na edikan no ansa na ras elebemu no mahunu say some new headlines are coming out concerning George Floyd, Minneapolis. Asemo isi ho no. The earlier one who you know say Abrante no. He had a violent criminal record. Okay, that's fine. Tosubiu me who you know say final results. The post-mortem no. The final results by say or no coronavirus, and even say he tested positive for coronavirus. Okay, many people are getting worried, they're getting angry and what have you as to some of these things that are coming out. Very soon I hear one say if truly it is him in those videos there on Babeka say, and yeah, he was in the adult movie business as well. On Babeka ni na here on Babeka cry say bi kra na any or HIV ekra so ye de be eka ho. Oh, the ompe bia omonka na amfo boafu wo hwe Facebook comments na what article no ho a many people are saying say when you read those comments now you could feel say people are very angry, but said yet now no me boma wuti systematically no they just want you to get angry, right? Na adia obetimi area calm ho down and say of all the reasons that, of all the things that he will come and tell us concerning the death of George Floyd, under no circumstance would they come and tell us it wasn't a life that was taken, right? They can't say that. So until they say that, never be so angry or so bothered about, and somehow can't just leave it and let it go, because it fuels the anger in so many people, and then one when ya na enema any kwan say oh yeah no na oh yeah debe oh kwakoye. So irrespective of whatever they will say, it is still a life that was taken, and until they are able, which they will never be able to say it wasn't a life that was taken, whatever it is, let it go. Why? And then you keep your balance very well. As it stands now, charge sheet assessor from 3rd degree murder to 2nd degree murder, and opposed to form yansa no omoka huni nyina so ya dey a charge wo mu nyina. They are all in custody as we speak now. Gradually we are making progress. Let's put it that way. Say these officers, whatever the case may be, they will be brought to justice, and then they will face the law, the law, as it should be. And that is just an update on what is happening on George Floyd, United States of America. Yenje hono yema ras badwumba akwabe akakra wo kafa we hono wonka owia ene ye wonkomo wati asemwa obi pese ebusa ene say should under any circumstances speak against something, and then you will be enjoying of it ana. The person would say, should there ever be a moment that, for instance, you tell us, Ompe banchi, but udi kunkunte. Should there ever be a moment one can say, Mempe banchi, there, banchi de michi. Nemum, uni krona uchi banchi no. De biada no michi banchi, mempe banchi. The biara danano nanso odi konkonte. Can there ever be a moment that should ever happen? Yama rasa kwaba na the akano edini nyina ebegu puno so, and the rasbi
and the pier
and the rasbi
and the pier
and the ras bajumba
and the papa smali.
Hey, opana na impom to say
jagu banadu bilia nyakupana de ho ye na wo so
nyam ya dom yansu ho ye pa wati yansu ho ye say
ya ti ya won ka che
say odo ho asie kakra so
yeah the great na Masi etiefo ne dianoma omoba ba masu nyina enya sekretwa nsebe na sanna se 4 days grani obi ante nka from last week Friday ABC enyura nejese said the okano bidi mwesi ekatra.
That's right.
Baba the mwesi na adunti bibia eyeboko hase yeho ye pa
good
abibia okano yeho odin na say etiefo nyina so yeho odin papa.
Beautiful. Yo and some my update and now nobody can check you for the watch your
of course I mean just here for what you say because my missy for and any animal yeni wo mudi djuma nti ma ba le papa any animal mam wo mudi na o hu te ma ba na je se mama there my mister in doctor so me ma di nyina mama tena bia obia no me chia so nkoko asopra South America, Australia, the Machia Princess, also Australia, Princess, Unibusia, Michiam, and I'm a chair in your by Yadina, Obetia, ya, or what if you don't come more, Michiano, Oni, Nebusia, Enina, Sassuna, Mechia, Elijah, Mensa, a fire hine, fire, Uja, ehine, and the Elijah, and on also by Elijah. Mse oba michiao sonko kwa zukra sasa na mekwa Ghana na makwa kwa chia mia meja no wofa madie nyina ya kopitum ene ebusia mo Ghana na na kufuado ene mahama mse sabe omo bona ho ban ama niema nyina ekoso emano kama na mse enche kwasiada mse mo wofa nyakwaya obekwa kwede nyamiase wa sonde na ode nyamiase seja wabona ho ban na be busumi miensani ebia ontumi kwa asore na kwesiada de emse busumfo yipuma kwa ya mo fa beko akwede nyamiase ti bikiano efemi kran oho sasa na mecha eja mensa ene abi ikiamu sonko kwa sukra Maminko USA amkochea inia Bombardier Prince eni anumo omoho Dr. Ajingo na openia kutibwache nana bakupena na servidia kon na onso mechiano sonko kwa sukra minko Spain amincha openi body na mise mehoye na mkopa mfasa hapa we na quick one na mitia man atibogo producer baako ya nene wo akontifo radio ati so mitia wo sonko ekwa asukra sasa na jabwadi ono so Spain oni na busia eni anmo mo Spain na omutie nyina no papa mitia sonko ekra ede emawo mo na uso awutie dem papa misachi awutie tetembiano unya hodin na uni yeba na de djumadi wi ebreye enye asanketwa obiti akira ne so hwa ofise ya na djumadi wi ni die eye edafom na enye asanketwa uko na so ko se tikesie odiniti ogbazi grau no more biya nan kan se se de ana se emre ya na deko akse se adie omo adwene bi na umfanto anum na be hu hawa adwene bo sitie enya senketo papa manifestia na afeno yanko yensemene that's it.
Yo, any ye ko enim dia yen sha sim frechre hono is there a possibility say obi ebeka say uchiri banchi mpe banchi banchi nye banchi koye na nanso saa woni kro no na nya bia wodi konkunta na
Sure. Bida si papa na ansa na bekosa asem so em se biwere mu na wanu gutu a obubo nyema bi efa ime ya wakamu ya George ewo US em se be na otwini nyanum ati ho agum ewo em se ko the whole world nyina no UK ha bia happy US ho na ni kese no a ewo ya ebe na otwini kakani ene di akotene ewo ye news so ana say ye TDA ne ye bibia social media so be bibia bekobia na uboy nkomo na otre say se na otwini mu ye no ye charge no ye third one is a US normal 1 2 and 3 and say one no epani mu odin na titi mu a eno de em se na ye kumfo ana se ye de mawa na kese ye kwaku bua kumfo ana mebwa
eno anu no
na se two no so eno so de na kwese ebia woni aban be ko anse ana se bia e bitwam fi hia bi ama na tre na so emu ego kakra enti omo na yi na edidi eso na nse yemani miensa no na manfo no enye na yesade ye omasa kotenase nemso mama ni yenu oma fa na anko baako se baako ni de anka okode ya nenka ontiase eni omo di akiri na nso so yama omo miensa na eni anum mitie nyira na me Monica ni family lawyer attorney no na okasa na itese de omo hwehwe no omo ensa eka na omo koso ase mra epeye bedadi ewo tuntumfo ene fufuofo abrabo mne nkoyese ye okonya tuntumfo mra nyenya fufuofo mra na otrese ese mra ni nyina ba kope ono na okata oni ni US bia ono mra da hono ochire mu kirese eyimienu eno ene de okana yenko bebia na ushate ne ntema ebeba na oyese papai okuye na yese wadi bonida bi kra kirese mra yiniema na yesa aba no edisi no nya coronavirus entembedri na ekeka na ninyina ye biase bra ye womu ene ye kwanya ye womu aseni padua no papa apempi no se boni bi ekoso a ewo baabi na obi di efo ewo eniema bi mu a ya na ye try se ye de justification ebeba na ye de aba ewo minimum ye nu ya setena mu enye papa yi de abai eno obi ede ebefa so aka minimum ye nu tambia no se ye fun na ye mfonso bi ewo baabi na afi no mfonso no mrane chie na yenya ye hu enyia no anase pe baabi di ye nesi ne pese mrane mugu a ema ye ya itimi kika eniema bibiri efa yi ebia nipa no a ebia ya ye ne bone no se no otisi na otisi enti na ma ni ye se wo de ase enti yetimi eye pe kwan bi e be justify ama ye bia ya kate asubia na se dream na ede be ma ye no iti se wanko anye se ya nka menye se so de ase emra so se ye tena se na ye hwehwe enie manimu ni nyina ne fare ba ni nyina ko se ekyire ye niema bibiri setembia ne ye ba ye kano nyendie obi abeka ene bia obi beti ase na obi ekutamu no onwene eho na onsomu ye se ibi seme ras ana papa smali na me se wadi mfomso nti mfomso a udi mi no eno abi na me de beye wa ene na ye kode se fi se saa ade no ene mum se eye no kre sa ampa se ebia ye nua George mfomso bi ena wo ye ya papa mra minum ye no yetambia no yekasa bebre no ya ni kun kwase dia enuanom so omo ede mra ehye wo mo ntem ye bia omo eye saade no afi na nsem ne eboboba yenim de kwan afa so a George eye ya akoduru sabe na impo so ye bibi ya itia mra kra no a eni kwase enka ekọ saabia hwe eno ne ade a yemu bebre no ye try say ye be ma education and I be educate ye ho ye be church ye ho se be ya da chi bi no abufuo ebi wo mu papa smali me so ebi wo mi mu enti abufuo ni ba se de ne anu a kwan be na edetini akame da abufuo no ya enkofa owie ne ema minim se ni anu no so omunya entitiye ya apostifo bebre ekomu no a bisi senka yese ne beba biteye ka no apostifo bebre ena bia o man handle tuntum for case apostifo bebre ena o man handle tuntum case apostifo bebre a o mu ye tuntum ena o man handle fufuo for case enti say tini hu how to control your bufuo no papa bisi se emraso se saani ma we nyina no eso ebetwa na eso ntwa kra no a obroni beka se ebe limite akofom a enkodi empa yoni kase ema papa kra ameka afa sa ebia no ho no bedase
yo wa bonito kama so na si ade ba ko a me hu ye I think you said Donald Trump Emma speech kakrebi ano say violence is not a solution, right? Na who be commenter or true go as or say look at a country why violent all this while no never chases here say violent is not a solution. Well, it was a reasonable comment. So, but when you look at it critically, you see, the BIA can say when you use the same of its kind to deal with a problem, what you are doing, and they say you are opening up for a higher version of the same of its kind to come back at you. So what I say. So I hear who America and the BIA no more betting, right? They spend so much on their military than any other country. Or military the oboa the sika omu tua ho no nye sika ketwa, right? And then yamia say ene no America for who say violence is not a solution, right? And you be fast asem no violence is not a solution, right? And we hope say going forward, they themselves will go by this new knowledge, right? This new knowledge. Say no almost say almost the violence solve same way no any solution. What I say is not part of the solution. That has been what almost I used to for some time. That's I check any bomb the bomb is here. So on them children. But you said you almost say violence is not part of the solution. And you better new knowledge now on the right? And then going forward, Donald Trump's message, and one you be used so and one you be used so almost say violence is not part of the solution. And one you be used that's I said you almost be there. And so I see a corner. Said the uchichiri mu no omo bepe sase wayem from so no they will find bepe means bia wo de bete punishment so right bepe means bia sene ye ku school ni na ye nyina ne ye nkete some way so nem chiro no said the tie bia no I said no until said they will come and tell me say a life whatever happened it wasn't a life that was taken whatever they will say, no. Me say aboa gina mo ano. Me bu ani chie. So that is not to say so per se upo and so you are wrong. You have the liberties to do that. Ni nyina say bo akoma ho ban. So because sometimes, you know, when you read some of the things that come out, especially when you realize, say, an institution must accept, or a body must accept responsibility for something that has happened. Na so na wakuma ya kakra, right? But until said they will be able to tell us the ultimate, which is George, you know nipa no the ombeke bia omri omunya debe omunka na we still insist that they face the law. Says law no dey be adwuma sisi ameboa. They face the law as it is supposed to be. Memo ahomesu, right? Na memo so obafia aba. Asem we so de da obafia koma so pa and I say was sending me video bia aposifo astopo emrantie miensa na before me no a omo mu no yade handcuffs egungu omo nsa na obroni ba ko a wo mu de ya manage na honom na obi ebusa se wo mu chechirem de ntia omo ye de be omo ye sade no yentie ono amu na kakra ye wo kafa ho no ya ka afa ho obafia impom to say
bidura da roma oko
beautiful
na me pass so betie ye nche ye ba me makoma ye me ya kakra da violence asem na wo ka no ama makoma ye me ya kire say nekruya so etiefo metia mu nyina o we de mu nkafra manchia mu echi bibia metisera sechiachia me wanchia me bi nso mechia no me chia no to obeje so de a na
meje so na me bajo emre be na o hia sia wo tie bibie
o metie ye mo sha sia na metie na metie na wo metie na wo manchia na wa sha wo manchia and so obo me di ansa na me tie dia ni na emu boboy ya boboy Germans boboy ya Chamija Island nti me dia machia wonya hwe
yo me da se me je ozo na eye me je se ejuma we jumadie we ya na papa eche egu ahoma so ni dia no a obetime nya to kwazie na kwa hasie na dia bege me da do bege ya mo
yo ochi amedia eni we die yes anything me Simon Wedge na Joso answer
because unya time konkutie payback no it say
wo me die but enu we dia na ebufuo na drechi na maye ne amaye nti ma dia tu ma je wa no atu won se bufuo ma ne ma bibre me etefo ne nti amaba so no ene say and videos ni dia menya bi na sania papa smiley di kan ene say abro mu amiensa akwa abonten na se daily CU akotifo ahia won ama womo before me you know enka ho no handcuff gu wonsa na broni ba waka ho no de ogina ho ba se kutini ba akokra ni di nkomo na ogina ho no osresre ena aye obi a ogina nchen a wo hwe ne ekoso ahi ena wo video no wo bisa se adan na omo me ensa ena nam na before me you know na okwahye so omo anyi omo amfi no no video no wo bisa okan ye nyina wo mu nyina omo amua me so ye nipa ne omo ya na omo ye na ebi asemi bi new say no chese ewiase amane nyina nipa ehun sa video ye si wo ade esi wo US obi a won hu ye na ebi a wo ye ni freni ana woni phone ana se wo hye kurasi du mu baabi a je se wonya technology kaya me se obia hu tia ekoso inti arguments bem pa na wo da ewudie hu se first degree murder inti first ye de call third ni ye de call second and I say this is a abotism say yeah we having to petition to raise the charge adia ye nyina te so bia wonko suku da wonko shia law ene mra kura no uhu a wudie pa videos e ba ye nyina bi sa check his pulse I can't breathe adia na papa I relax and sustain botomu a odi ni kotoje emia onim se ba bi odi esti no e ma ne ntime hume no oyi nani abreko a watetire ne nsa na ehia so odi ni kotodwe ebesi ba bi ana ne kon ene wo so odi si chese obetimi akase saadi we kurana a possible premeditated murder chese wunim ni pakro ne ded ena wode no aba woni na bihia ba bi ebia na wo grudge bi motive bi wo ho enti ena study wabe mi ani konsa na etini ye die be na wo hu ese adi ye first degree murder ana ebia na me na mente first degree murder na say na but about second degree near it's an improvement. So we and above very kind we maybe be normal we are normalizing it. It's not normal to sabi video ba kwa de ba ye na I say African American or can poor I say poem but or can some no can say we've been asking for this, we've been asking for years, we asked and asked. And or see, I say accommodate now obedi or see, and what we are asking for is not, we're not asking for anything. We're just asking to be given what is ours. Or see, na dear ni be so, and ye dear. Or see, ye be sad to send accommodate. Now we be sad, we be so more diani. Or we're just asking to be human, to be treated equally. Na all be sana ya de pan no aso ahoma so ne ya de echinchin wo anim ne de hwiehwiamina no yen farm. How would it feel or not to be asking? Now what made me think after listening to that video and say, why do we have to ask? Papa Smiley me wo hoi so ba me fie na wo ba na betu me car e de ko fie say ti bi nti wo de ko na me ba ofie na wuni ho na me ba abeji me car wuni ho me ba na safo na da ho a ehia se me bisa me fa because me dia me fa na me kwa me bia ma fa me so me be fa car na ba na wuni ho nti ma be fa me dia eya me dia me de me ba jaw se hwe no ma me ko school aba ana me ko adwuma ana me ko si me ba na wuni ho na me fa me ba ehia se me bisa kwan ras
na anya bia ha na abeto no ofia ha ohun se osafo da ha o fa safo no
bia me ba na wo yere wo ho ene bia wo yere bi mi ana nkwada ana bi na me ba na da ono hu se da te no so ka ne safo afra ni ene me ko ba wo sma da fi ka me nya se
na
so ana me ba be jaw
oba no wonim se ka ne ya ode ade
send me the family so ni mo me de me se me de obi a onim fata me de onim se ni kunu dia onim se ni kunu adamfo bi na de ama no e dia ma fa
na onim se ni
asoma make kwa
that you on say what kind of simple but on say me bu se bisa question
and when you simple as simple as that me de kramaya bejaw me ba ye ni me ko holiday me ba ye wuni ho me holiday ba me ba jima de me ba na wo ho wuni ho kraman ni available am fa eya media wo ba wu sa den ma be say media so bu fudia na wa bodam just eya media me di jawo me bia ni ehye wo nyina ya ye me ne wo ka me ba ye media na me si me ko holiday hwe no ma me bia me ko no me ma me bi kakra to say wo hwe me kraman me ba ye ma be fa ma de we su ye ntokwa so se me bai na me throw na so mpa so da be na me fa me kramai na so net na me kra me bu be fu because I am me kramai so na wo ye me na we kra po de entesa Ye nyina ye nipa obiara wo right se odidi ne ho to no onante a wo nka no adentina ebinim nipa no mu bi no ede wo mo de o mutimi nam ho nim se akotifo wo mra ebe protect mu na ye mu bi de ye suro se emra no em protect ye mra na ebetimi akuyen na ye ka tem se ye nyina ye pe nti mo fa ye de munyai ne amo ye na mugu so ya ye hia se ye bisa bio na ye die bia wo se afa ye dia we have to take it by force. Your friend is saying what's the America for the bio show my meti o mo hwe mo abeti o mo hwe mo abeti nia wo mo kudi violence ku fa na enye wo mo de entia nti no mo ku so anu o mo hwe mo abeti no sabi nipa bia wo wa de kura wo hwe wa abeti kakra ne sabi sa wo da wo nya apono nto ho wo lo ko ache sa wo hwe wa abeti nti ye bebo ye japade ye ho ban ye bugea na emmum se ye obi ade ne yakofenti ye because obi dia ne ade de we won't have that problem mo hwe mo abeti because kronon mo akobbo en mo dia betina ye maaso odimbo yeni edwane bra obi anta ne so ebi no so na ade ne ye media ade nti kra na wo se me bisa ansa na odi ama so say no ena sa actor ni refi James L. Jones ana efe no coming to America papa no
oh yeah na binya you know the oye the most papa no
James L. Jones ne papa no kakna ni mnimu kakraka oye Lion King no na ye voice for Lion King no
yeah
or the L. Jones me boa
sa pepe
yes I know what kind what say ya bre what say it's time to fight so it's time or say it's time or say I was say yeah or say don't tell me that you don't use violence to stop violence. Everything that these people have acquired, they got through violence. And like I said, oh, Nancy was so baby. No, among family, and we don't even need to ask. We're just taking what is ours. So, say no, Edru Emrebia, Sana Mekana, say I just feel such a strong urge. It's like almost my calling to stand up and talk about this issue. Mrebe brain krofa catching so adena unyese ma so asem we mu te sania me nka se te sania fi se sa na tie me ba ene ya te ne korona mi nua bema ene ya te ne korona mi nua madamfo ene ya te mabusuani me wofa oye bibinia oye mabusuani ani yate ne corona adenti ne wasa me kama no tum ne metimi aye bia meye na me say we don't need to ask. I challenge that and I don't know, Papa Smiley say when video na make kana I want you to play that and see what I mean. So do we really have to ask for these things? No, we don't. They belong to us. Adia yewudi na yewudi, you take it without asking because it's yours. When it's not yours, you ask for it. But when it's yours, you take it.
Obafia mamusa wo, right? One say emwe nyina yemwa, right?
Yeah.
Na said ye obesi emvan say opese oche okra ewo fi, right? And say obe said ye obesi afa achi awa owo ewo fie ni nyina yepe
o say sani amechi ejinamwa
yemfa ne say wo fie sisi aso ho ne se bia wo ejinamwa wo fie na ejinamwa pie wo fie, right? Na wo suro ejinamwa so enti no wafre
me suro ejinamwa
na say asem ka aja se
asem me fa ne san ye ni kanye san na bia obi de atene say o ma fie suro ejinamwa
okay enti me say yemfa ne say wo suro ejinamwa sana m kan so
ani man yemfa ne say no o se kama wo suro ejinamwa
yo na wafre say animal control say you so na meche ejinamwa eno ne say aboa wowo apie wo fie na almost ba bechi aboa wo no mba the same strategy na bechi mo wan mi no ana
me who so mo che mo adam ntimi de minim strategy o mo the different strategy na change na mo no the different one I won't be able to comment on that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right then. Okay. If you wouldn't be able to comment on that, then any
me who so mo che aboa da ba me no e kwan ya mefa so ache agina mo no sa kwan na so na bia mefa ache owo because omu nyina no so wonya wo be proud nti bia metimi atimi ada na ama na ewura botomu a se na inspector bi Ghana no wo kuma agina mo ye o man bo wura botonum no go bu ni komu botonum and what da ho prayer and son what all time na ko o so bia o ni kon nti bia woman be wura botonum na ni ofa bo hwe ni tiri so ana o kon ni mu o kon da oni o kon oni sisie nti don't mean we come this all the about actually so nti be a similar strategy me who so much tabo bi ada.
Oh, okay. All right. You on say prof be chechire mu mai ewa ha on say what during slavery what we went through, no, right? Enema before fame no mu say before yeah resilient pa, right? Yeah, very very strong and powerful. So now when you are dealing with such individuals also who say to anamo ye because say wo charge wo so a nya asem ketwa so on the identity no
na someone me nyina no dey say say make us violence no me when I use the word violence I'm not talking about say enkontima yemfa nkwohwe obi trim ana no I'm talking about the aggression the strength and the power behind our strategies. Sabi okwasia ena who say jata atam mefa nse ni sika boto bi hye nanum a wode ne nsa bekwa ko wura jata nanum na waje ebi a wo beye bokwa adada na yese wani kura age so yesa na yese wo fa na chi a wo di abewo ma atwinsi eti na wa bai nanum na atofem na wa pra to baby. Well, you have to be strategic. And to make us and you say we're just going headlong, going to put ourselves. Of course, in Crofay, your resources, your mafia, your nuclear weapon, more promote me and drop be at you. Daddy, none sound. Share, ye call your crew. Yaba, ye call. Yen I ever conquer crank, ye. Will be anyhow, or Jessica, Eddie, SCMA. Ye benye dia ye di koye krum ye kakra na wakɔtena hɔ we ya no ɔkɔ we ya no ne na busua ne ye kɔ ne atam ye pɛ ne ye de kɔ ne abetimi anya expertise school na abaya ne abusua de kɔ nti ye kɔ nkakra ne ye kɔ no hu sɛ afi de ye nan nye ntientia wa ha biwa sɛ bia ne sɛ pandemic issues wo mu nya nkrɔfo mo pick apples any strawberries any asparagus, yes, asparagus say about the same time as daffodils. Into springtime, no, Sanya many say food because a hoko and an ebe say man a maw. And see, kakaka ya just say maybe you near say. Kwasia any tia na guragu. Near Kotana you could near you. As for one say ya ma, woman here near maso. I was so woman a buyer. Ekwani yebedi nkomo so ho na mechire no enti sese no enunti na me mayire me ho we fiada nkomo so se mom mayenka mom na yenko enkonkosie ne ifie ofie te sedian ya obi wo ha wo nyini kakra no wodi be mfie dun wotwi dun kuno no aga na wose me I can't wait to leave home me mama ye too strict me papa ye too strict e wo fa we ye se ha me nua we no me nua no do mu me me kwako be ye adwuma pa na me han da me nsisi ha bi ono mo mfa mo fie obi a wonka bi da na oni fie ye sononko pa because it gets to a point where the mu ana ababa we bi aduru bi a opese o movie on out of home I say human nature and so kwa acha mfie mienu miensa na wani agine fie na wani ɛkaaka fie na ɔkɔn do fie so enti sɛ woyɛ wo fie yi a na ɛhɔ bɛyɛ home ɛma wa wokɔtena baabi kora hɔ nyɛ wo dɛ wopɛ sɛ you want to go back home, you want to go back and feel at home. This is how we need to make Africa in such a way that we wouldn't want to even leave it. When we go anywhere else, that it becomes harsh and unbearable for us, and we want to go back home. This is how it should be made.
You, Obafia, na Raso.
Abama,
Obabu so Obafia question bi ana.
No order. Ya na menene dada no. I won't lie you.
Papa, I'm say baby I met Obafia na wakaze watchre ne side of violence as sort of thing. Na nene say the first time na metie no a wagya to say violence any solution.
A solution, but we've got to be violent. But we've got to be strategic in the violence. We've got to be aggressive and violent. Violently take what belongs to us and go back home.
No, buta say ubeti ma chire yemu ewo sese
strategy ni this meeting na ma chire mo strategies no. Men kind of from them say if you say from man de winning say and then if you come baby na idea strategy na a secret sort ya say nti wo pese ohun dia and ye ju ba mi school ni bi because me training crofo pa
let me say
I say okay any say na o mami say no why you this and ke be me there who say me no we could all dictionary so and me reading from violence, you know, so and so what me who know I hear na me kwa prayer this year no and no nam who say anybody be prayer no
na me clear mo no when year me say strategic obi any ho ajaka e fa ne ba on say sa na me chebo ukojina na nim na so kwa akwaje na oba rewa kan wo ba no nyina rewa kan and so far na ti na we brebe na bi odi bibi hwi na ti o mi ya no obey ya how na go jab na na bia pa pre no me nchi jata oba jata no mu dade but me sa na me hu no so but we na ye bibi sa so enti mo dia mo stress mo ya me sa me yo ba enti me kan sa ma ni ni any me kan to me after ba me ko bi bibi ya ne me ma ni ye nyina me ko bi enti ye kwa akun but akun no enye akun a akun a ye de words akun a ye de adwen so we're going to be aggressively planning and scheming our return home. Now I will not be giving details of that on air because it kind of yes, I just loses the quality. It defeats the purpose really. Intimate, yes, sir.
And you one casano. What shall I say? You use strategy, Nana.
Oh, Papa Smiley, dear now, it's okay. You were radio so. And send you a members only. Intimate, no.
But what's right there?
Thinking. Unifying through the unity, no. Some may be any bebre, I mean, so social distancing. We coffee so African festivals. So festivals. Na ya no African yane. Na ye ni didn't come. So much in America na say be any bebre. It's about time. Say no. Echna fiada ebedi nkomo na nkomo no amede ba no ebesoso we nyina so fiada echna fie and fiada nkomo we will be talking about fear as a possible challenge. Fear why
okay all right then obefia ebedo as oh, okay, all right.
Me and
Mene papa.
Uh-huh.
Okay. No,
so violence is not the solution.
Now say beya nkemum why standing no enko other side ni na na mi fi say no ebemu a ebeboa ese mi tie obefie na mi hu say bread mi wo mu sisi ano emei ene bread we mu no don hwiri we mu no me hu say etisan aba obefie ne Donald Trump na na kwehye mpaboa ba kum niti eho eni maniji a ewo ta don hwiri we mu no minim bi a don hwiri a ebi anim beba ebi ana oyi ni na fi mpaboa ni akra metie no me tiase mu no ya o kamipetenka o define new meaning of violence no nemum what higher fidie so higher content na niaje meje say no media tum na mafanisa na new violence no definition no adia ebeboa Africa nyina ebeboa o manga nyina ama yada na mibie mi shop a na mada mebie makoye adwuma mabre no me beda rat metin ada it say new violence violence no definition no ebema masumdwe sononko nyame nshira obafia
yo obafia ene nyame nshira na ansana ye ma fire akwa aba no is there a possibility say obi betimi aka say ochiri banche nanso odi abeti ana
oh yes sabanche enye the same as abeti banche ye dey abeti but abeti different was banche na ya hata na ya hata ya we are hata ni na mode baso edane antibiotic enti ebia raw banche no odia hana me ye asodia betia ya hata memu awu na start ni bi stream kakra no bi stream no e man ye different system sabe me mama wo mo me wo ba ko a ori ebru enso ni koko oni banku oni doku ebra ferment wo de man na sini kwara brim wo ntimi nso ori ebru nti obi betimi achi banchi nso di abeti.
Okay, all right. Intino.
Okay, different reaction. But a bruna ferment in a bra a brew munono. Unwa or berry to two or berry. What the popcorn? Nemu fermented corn. Untinini. That's to me. I can say only banche. But to let me
yeah, but at that in that moment, no. Eni kwa na onse obu ohono mu a ochirade a ohun said ye osi chire no ho chirade no ohun asa ade no kura na eye non entity so ohun mfaso bi ani so but said ye uchire no na odi another version of ade na ochire no so on the ade ni sitie no
obi let me another version of course because it's the same thing once our haka once a brunu de gusu akoyam agbafiti esihuama emuaka na ferment is been made into something else and the beer body no can minimum beer or ye fish froye no odini neye nko a enya ne hwe so the chef region na de chino tibi kan shinu dia ne ebeye dia de no hospital din susi ni so so di na dana ya na dia enya ne hwe so it looks as if meaning say we know about diabetes obi or diabetes yes emu so we be white rice that on when see ho na enyo kra ti adwuri no kanish dia much better for them. It changes.
I see. In the example, you know, say wow, ultimately banch no. Name no ultimately diabetes no. So oko to say obi di ne bank ya. What do you have to say or what do you do?
Oh, so obi di the bench, I send you obi awo ni ope.
Okay.
And now you look down on the person. I would di benches. Okay, it depends in the context actually. Some of us so nipa kro no odi abetie. Once a Ghana no ya associate benches with here. Me say be si na me pay bench am pesie da. If you say na me say bench am pesie, u be di bench am pesie pa na ehia oni maku. E ho twi maku. And even though say obi I try to be convince me say banch na ye ton wa bruche na e de pa no me to be enye me kono kra person nkoto bi na mfa me wan pesi ni nti so obi hu so obi di banch ya pesi a no ohwe no ka say nye banch ya pesi obi fan say obi a look it down not because of the food quality but the fact that the association with the food say here food di sa banch no we say for contest you didn't face the war but at least Quine nam come na bunch. But you have to see it. Who didn't say my question? I dear man, it's a penalty, dear Sabi. I hear na Obiaka say here. Maybe so I know I cannot dear no idea or I don't know. Anyway, it depends on the person really. A boy will need bunches, will be bunchiaka crew. So, would you yake? Would you Gary? You should need bunchy and piece.
Okay. All right. You, Obafia. Yebedo ase. Bye. Yebedo ase. Na yemu atechire onu mboko na yema fire akwaba. What? Yema fire.
We make fire so omane once again na menka bibika grababa.
Okay. All right then.
About 30 minutes seconds.
Yeah.
Enter Obafia eka bantia pesi. Papa me wo experience bi takranda you see there. Na me wo P5 or P6 no ho ena na ye teacher ba ko nkyere ye ade na wo ye se di o mention ne me bia start na ase mi kire mu no ase wudi saa ne ma na e ma wani fra so te ase eniti e free ho no back class 6 not class 5 no papa e ma mi ja banki die mi ja gare di mi ja bitie bi e be to sene o ma bi say dia ni nyina no bi bi say mi dia mani ente mani be fra na mi ko mani mu no mre bi wo e ba ya mi try to mi di gare na ade ati en mi di ya ade ati en mani mi to asube banse Mr. D movement me here no na mi hu se gare no na mi dia na afi mi story an me ni IS ai se agubu entintina be guso so e di free ho no mi guy bi kura be si se ne di experience bi o ha utimi ehu obi timi kama e bi aja utime faso etimi kase we min bie ya utime san ko ho bie
ka kokonte di enka beboa wani no teacher no wan kire kokonte no
mi ze konko eno ane start no because
converted ono no once ye hatana ase nwo papa na yikogu demu a wahu now start to go obi na green na build probiotics antibiotics papa ye ma body ntina esemfo no wo mo wo a wo ye ka kokonte hihia no pa na ma na di na ekuni yem kuru wo mo say ekuni yem kuru but what it is me say womb no baby the baby was attached no wound na wo it heals quicker and it prevents infection because of the antibiotic properties that kokonte no one kokonte ya duro pa na ni
sure.
Especially na enitum. Ai. Inti ya try.
Yo,
Sensible person am can be ama.
No problem. Any am try. Ebi am di udi any mom. Na ya se ba boa me a.
Ani am di be yi no be shemu ama.
Ai. Many jo ba da yi no be ne double. Ma ne kese. Be a metro ni ya be yi.
You must say. Anyway, where you ma fire akwa ba na.
Ma fire akwa ba. Em prepare kwa man na fire. eja ufa me buye to
Yo.
Just you, on never.
Not only your voice. Now, I think platform no enya an in-depth special knowledge and expertise and understanding about how man operates. And then sometimes na maybe no well in your animal baby or baby die because it was an agenda. As that agenda realize no your own view. But your presence here no is not only about politics, but you are educating most of us. Now, say knowledge, you have gone beyond the knowledge and you have gathered deeper understanding about issues. Well, and because be when you are that, yes, mono, baby, and you too, yet now mono. There were method that you had to deal with any situation. Which was I could have ketwa on anything. I could have ketwa been about fear of a srow. Where Bema, also I could have ketwa no, or ba, your ba, was son Bema no tricking, nor did you no say, yeah, would do her. No, it's not good, it's not good. Yeah, they do now. So, Bono, how you have hurt about open balance. Into my mobile and can't them say, we don't say, many papa can't do it to her. Balance, you know. A do baby out here. A do baby out here, because I find diplomacy. Diplomacy in failure, over Tauku. There be oh, inti, the Sawach Rasi Muka house, Obi at the banch, at 2 arguments a banching, you know. Inti, also, Uche, I never was Kakra. Obia one pair adebia banchimu as well be binino. We are very nervous. The nervousness is the consequence. What I say, I know Sonia may be brave. Young penny for what I became be man Kodano Kotakeno. Was it? Yeah, before town here before. Who are you? Because when the wires of Indiana Banchino. So whoop the balance Ada say anything from our bed and a green now you live long. A fool apart from say mafia cano a boy akuma a boy brain no as bibini. But because of commercialization obisi there be bunch na nye or the amount. Obi and my mafia can obi at transfers there be. Answer now, hope effort. I say, young long hair. Memma meeting a Pentecost, I saw them equal duku 10. Oh, but sorry. No matter how you have dressed, so more dukua. Remember my back when sound, it be sound during our time. Mr. O, on said Ghana phone koda bebre ahun society na enkwase asem omutu kwa asori abra momoduku nti eye nipa nsem omo kan no kra bi anim nso koli nyafa enna me kofi na bisa ma me se de ntin na mo yesa oni anu bia odum be ko first Koronto. That thing is not for her. Well, nti emra so a say yeah, no, you're bombarding with this platform and others. No, so Kodana on Baba, no one yet say yay. Mobile, if you move, be a catch rob. Can't be about 6 or 5 years. My catch papa say, Papa, wouldn't say, I don't know where you're bonkomo. Wouldn't say a higher won't put a modern slavery, and you. They don't come stress hey, because be more Ghana me juma. It's can also and so and you join me one and Tessania. It's a fact. Oh, indeed, we need some of this crusade to change the pattern of life. Into who knew her, or be or do it, no, so my bread so. I ask him here. I ask him here, papa. Sometimes, said there's a day, Emma, you feel where we coming from. Oh, indeed, Ras, Mama, yeah, at the end of the say, o can't trivia, nice, also ubu, young one, abunfia. Mama, yeah, say, at the end, grow. Debbie, I don't know, because me, but so would tear them cacrabi. You know, Papa say, I confirm, me the commander, or more. Na Achi, Medasi, baby, I will be a Amishiramo. Ras.
Now, at the end of the because you can't just play anything there without letting me know. So, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, now, I didn't hear.
Uh-huh.
Say, Maka. Also, my fear the jata air phantom. No matter how weak you are. Say jata about fear. Now on condemn you know. Now jata number far. I don't think any human being ras. Ube now say only jata no a negotiation. Ras don't we obi oti enwen. Mene mafia ya wo ras. Unso mhwa we good boy. Ya ba no. Na me fire. Me te ho. Me hu se jata. Aba efio. Aba tamoras. My phone. Emergency service. Data is taking ras away. Act now. I need immediate action. What a father. What a father. Oh, now I know there is something in you, a human instinct. You act. And others say obey Johnny because you slow. And now into a fleet or fight, or you fight. 90% of normal human beings will fight. Jatani kunumpa. Jatani be jakranato. Opa share documentaries. A moment you come Kim against the jata. Obe jakranato. Una obedia. Ankanya untina me bae. And the bra. So 1 2 minutes jatana. Obe yo pasa. Or ya or chon kwa. Akwena nyantima didi. You have saved the future. This is what we're talking about here. It's about the future. Future, a binuma mwa kwame. Ama wen secure, ama Ghana, ne Africano. Inti na yen bebre oha. We know that less than 10% of Ghanaians or Africans are here because of perception. Of Lisbia or Moye, a say, ha, oba, a heaven. I went to Mini Cooper, Oxford, Akoya Jumaho. Me who girls and boys from Legon, 3 of which were medical students at their final year. Now, Mkoda may your more efe. No more just final year medical school. A babritry. Now you're what Kamakoma. India. It is a picture painted that Uba so. You and I know the any sanity. Indeed, a minute drawer. We need to educate the future, to stand for the future. Indeed, it may hurt in the process, either financially, because violence itself is anything that will hurt you, or kill you, or damage you. We need to kill ourselves to save the future. Papa, on 3 occasions or 2, or to me, Jai, Nyoye, no ko Ghana, a sacrifice. Or Kwa, Nema, Onyamha is hurting them. A violence. Indeed, ma'am, define the idea no in a very physical way down Kodato, or down Yeri, who name me a better no. A sacrifice. A bin my Jai or more you a Juma and original Kakumu. A violence. Because either they can be hurt or they're hurting themselves. Or because they're fiasco. Because of liberation. Violence, you know. Sometimes we take the word and your mouth will be a defined mind in a way. Now, answer mbe chiakra mpono. Ade we kan ha no. Ade we kan ha no. Bibisa question bi wo ha. Emra me ba ha first. Say dey enti. Ana book no. Say nkoda mienu da yafunu. Obi anya Nyankopon bone. Na Nyankopon so wotan ba ho. No do pa. Eho any asem no na hyase.
I see.
It down to a point of drawing a line. Say we na oye koko and dark no enam chi no enye race. Ubisa rabbi say ono oye hwan a obetesi aba abesi yenye so
on say fire
mewa
asem a odia batumi sisi a no as a matter of fact said a particular verse here o kan ho asem yi obi nso be interpreting it differently, right? On fire race enye debe na there ba kwa mahu e wo Bible ho and it say you can interpret the Bible to suit a perception that you already hold. So what I say and you know say Jacob ni Esau asem na okay me boa some meaning na say and I omuyama na or say I hate one and I love the other. You can interpret it to suit a perception that you already have. It is will be co-interpreting on say obviously no Bible no we have people who linearly interpret the Bible. Unless you say we linear interpreters of the Bible ni bi dia ne obe fa na say o ka say Jew ni be trace ya de na kwa akosi ba bi opese o de kosie no. But say the Bible ni sitie no, you can use it to address any circumstance to suit your perception. That is how I see the Bible. Some of the identity and no said you will teach him no and say me I say when say working kind be kura or Bible ni mu a interpret it to suit your original self. Sana me hu no Bible ni mu sisi a and the initial thing I was saying nyina ye hu and say ye nyina no we came from the same source. Ye nyina no ye free bia ba ko ene ye debe ene ye de bae. But say one who is to interpret whatever you read ability do into that original self na and I will be back bibia to adwunu mu say there be wo de enye ho na ye debe wo free bae. And that is one thing we need to encourage ourselves to do.
Fantastic. And the oma me to aswa anka be boa me.
All right. And to aswa na mahu sa be ne principle ho ntino de fasa sem we ye mom so.
So contribute no and maybe so anka me ne rasa na mafia but maybe so. Say wo ye bibi etia junior in terms of say what can say bi egu no hu fi ana sanka bibini boni kan say bi kire say or ye racist against bibini. If the same thing happened to you and a Jew, and a Bruni to a Jew, and a Chinese to a Jew, and you can't say.
You see, I would say all sense of separation or differences are a way no. I see it as being born out of ignorance, right? Say obi hunu hu say ochen ati ase anase uye kuma uye unimportant and as if what me hunu say they are all born out of ignorance. Into racism no may I see whoever is racist as an ignorant being. No matter how wicked the person may be, me hunu say uye ignorant. You don't even know.
Me ignorant too. Yeah, they are me na me be racist.
Bisa was some kid for you.
I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, fire.
Jewish. How did they call it? Can you tell me the comments?
Well, I don't even know what they call it. What I say, but I don't say the
Obi ade okro mu etia junior. Did they call it racism? The answer is no. How did they call it? How did I say koso? And meaning now all kind there. That was what I'm looking for. Anyway,
fire koso. What koso?
Inti any on say junior nkwa there. Sir, British politician, and now fire say I'm going to cancel say Facebook. And we can say racism against the Jews. That should tell you something. I don't know a prof about her. On that, me try say me tell why the doctrine, our American Constitution, that all men were born equal. But who's a British politics? Unya do for because the British established a fact that it was the Jews that were behind the Americans to take independence. And these are all documented. No, the Enya Kwan County, Omuyamua, and to be no one transit our America. And America for Jefferson and the other guys. Washington was Debbie. Now, Britain for the IANT will not going to allow. America was going to be constitution. It was going to be a land for the free. In this anchor, Akufo-Addo Tetea or Tetea, Oko America, anchor there shouldn't be any visa. Visa, those who are in America or who have had opportunity to read their books. The only thing that I could do is say, because of the God, I don't want to go back to painful history. Inti, whereby the only German for no, these guys are too wicked. Because they've tried to tell you for per se, we are the firstborn of God. Any other person, you don't, and I know any other person, we don't know where you are coming from. Me say, I'm not only reading the book, but contact other people. Chapter 6. Now, Professor Ankabinya Baba, and now, Timamunia, on theology, no matter with Genesis chapter 6, the sons of God, a honorable say, I deal with a not trivial. Do need no Arab says, sons of God, no. Anyway,
answer fire. Yeah, monitor kakra, right? Fire.
Baba.
Fire.
I want to see.
But I don't say, me person.
There is something that we need. Only problem. A woman, coming from our kind, was say all the investees, top investees, are on my scholarship. You have a chance to go on. The philosophy or the philosophers, Obiano way be new. Until when they train you are, you tend to be a good tool for the Western. You're educated, sharp tool. You get to be disconnected with your root. And when we are disconnected from our root, we tend to be valueless. Sometimes, even Kofi Annan, ask those who are around him, he was valueless. But nobody will take you. You are just Kofi Annan. What about the other blacks? So we need to connect to our back. Say, for me anyway. You are Obama and in Nigeria. Obama a bibini Bruni na tinimu. Ebina me ka share me offer two people. Oye bibini Bruni tinimu. Nigeria a bibini na tinimu. During the campaign, why not attacking? Na book Kansler no more corn honestly. Jawlo you know. Obama cannot because it's one of them. But won't you be the president? And indeed, it was like a prophecy. Obama no platforms or catch on. I'm not kind of you the person. They were CNN will be attack Obama. Obama don't have free. That's what today the three types of Africans are a warriors. There were three types of Africans. Some of them that have been so we rather attend to defend them and do their work. Past my Nama meeting back. Many Georgette. But forget about it. Echo, and then if you call them Echo Crew, a shop, a Jewish shop. As a matter of fact, number from Dawson, and you real shop. You real shop, you a branch of your secret. Me and I'm serious. No, sorry, I'm saying, oh, a gun and or say, a jarano. So a gun. I'm so a gun and with the uncle. And Jeddah me did the debut with me. And you know, a 10 year means inquisitive. Bibim name Baku any security guard no. Omodi assist to the danger when you know Bokuno. The man said, Obi after police for. I mean, Medema so control. What's police for about say, me fa no di mechi, me fa no di mechi, me fa no di mechi. And you kwanso na me wom. Abada. No kind of bro. Na security ni gya kom ana mo call broli ni ho. Omo say omo mo ko inside. Ntimi so ba okay. The end of the day, no. Omo gya black guy na no oye violent to inside no. Omo gya no. No, it's up to you if you want to press charges. We have the footage. Because what he was doing to you was not right. Guy, no. I'm talking about Ghana. I'm coming to say, what happened? Charlie, you know, when was also be papa no say dinner. Now, Mr. Udi were Juma. I'm supposed to see me uncle. Wow, Brody to ho is using black man against black man. Brody to ho. That is how I see the training that they have given to most of us. And see, I'm more dear. Yeah, the sad training way by my emma. And it will be very painful and shameful that we couldn't see this light. Bibini, or no mom no chasing young could be in the shop. Only idea, but because of the color, Nti ubetumi anya bibini so nam ho. In him, or educated, and once he's educated, no, people look at him for other things, but he's disconnected with his own values. And see, I hear here. A best sign of Yabe Yabe Suyama, and yet Ghana, America, Oko Ghana, democracy, Elegon, and a democracy, a whole mpampae more than 7 schools or faculties international relations, democracy. Now, how many of the faculties are uplifting our own values? I think this is our time to use some of this platform so that we'll get back and invigorate our own values. The same man, if you are asking, answer. Because so, as I made it, me a scholar, me say, oh boy, can now create unkwa obiamu, just saying na ye kambum, open this time into a cartus. So now, ya dear home, you don't need to single yourself out. They will take us as part. Now, Zimbabwe near Zambia ni bi na kan was say yet ho ya join Kwame Nkrumah ama yenso ya manim abrofu ye de say car na omudi abeboto na ombetwe to extent say yembe edu the car na be puru ewusie and we will be hearing that carbon na what car na to no. That's how our continent is going to be. Are we going to allow it to be like that? Say, yeah, the car inside. As you know, yeah, they car to your continent. And if he abofonato. This is happening, and I think let's help. We deserve to be in the car, not at the back of the car.
All right, thank you very much. Fire. Mama Abi ni bombardier akwaba no mumremu na subsequent questions no. Ya topuno no so kama. Question back one. Abato manim sisi ya say at what point should the views of others be a concern to you? At what point should the views of others be a concern to you? Yama Abi akwabe na Abi nsumrem. Abi bamaso.
Yeah, possibly.
Say boko there.
Yeah, Charlie with this side.
So uwa mo ap mefia ntu nkanti ama ne so kakra wai. Mefia ontu nkanti ama ne so kakra wai.
Yeah, I heard that when she was speaking.
But who they want to catch is anti-man so crabby.
Yeah, I'm using your smart thing. Maybe that is the problem.
I feel my manasuka crave, come at it. Neonco, boy, and como. Why?
What is your topic today?
Yes, I say, is there a possibility? Say, Obi, Ebeka say, Uchi Banchi, and so now Udi. Kunkunta na sebane say you may have a justifiable reason said the mafia be cheche mu ma ye no de enti a wonni banchi na mum se wudi kunkunta so okotu so obi di ni kunkunta enye bia obi di ni banchi a enye bia do you have any right, do you have any justification to look down upon the person odi ni banchi na ho ana ye sha se free na ye bonkomo na ye call developments wa ekoso with regards to George Floyd and so dey na kakra, right? So Donald Trump the message out the man quite recently no say violence is not a solution, right? Na obi commenter making kind on this statement I don't know how to make it and they say look at a country that has used violence all along in Iraq, Just keep mentioning them. And then this country is now
Yeah,
telling us violence.
I've got a gist.
What's wrong with video, no, boy?
No. I've got what you have. I've got the gist, so you can.
Okay,
copy.
all right then. Any who we are?
Kokonte, yeah, the Kokonte issue. I think we had a quick discussion on this morning, and one way to look at it is what I used to say, Ubia Wonihami. Understand? I think then they used to say one person's meat is another person's poison. Papa Smiley, I'm one person that when somebody says Gary, because in Ghana we have the mentality, or we have the thought that anybody who eats Gary is a poor person. And as I told you earlier, I can never stay 2 or 3 consecutive days without eating Gary. With me, you know, they have wine tasters and everything. I can tell you categorically that I'm an expert in Gary. I can just look at Gary, whatever it is, and tell you the quality or the taste of what Gary is. I can just look at it. When I smell it, that one is a different thing. I mean, I've always been thinking that a food like Gary, we can categorize Gary into grades. Grade 1, grade, maybe whatever letter, grade 1 or grade A, grade B, grade C. That is what I feel. So that those who produce the Gary can also make money. Everybody will strive to make quality. That is how I think of it. It is something that and I grew up in an area where I know how the whole thing is prepared from beginning to the end. So I know what goes into it. But ironically, I'm 100% Ghana. Where I grew up in Accra, if you come to my house, we have 2 houses, 2 adjacent houses. If you come to these 2 houses and you don't get kenke, I can assure you the whole Accra, you will not get kenke. But I've never, ever eaten or tasted kenke before, up to today. My parents try, I mean, not my parents, but my cousins and so on, they try to lure me into eating it. So sometimes they will miss small kenke. If you drop a little kenke in my Gary, the smell alone, a little as you can think of, if you drop it in my Gary, the smell, I can smell it, and I know it's been tampered with. Do you understand? And as Mencia said, I don't eat kenke, maybe because of the fermentation, but I eat the corn, the fresh one. I eat anything maize, depending on how it's prepared, but if it's turned into kenke, forget it. I've never eaten kenke before. I've never eaten benku and those. I don't eat those things up to today. Simply because my mom said when I was young, when she tried to give me porridge, I got sick. And I think it was extending to fufu. But fufu, up to today, I always thank my parents that they made me eat fufu, because if I don't eat fufu by now, I would have been very sad. Do you understand? So when people say, Gary is poor, I just look at them and say, wow, these people. You know, at some time when we were growing up in Ghana, rice is like the food for something. Look, you can give me any type of food, but I will never sacrifice Gary. If you give me rice and Gary at the same time, no matter how the rice is prepared, I'll prefer my Gary. Do you understand? So and Rat said something that one of his teachers said, Gary will spoil your eye and so on. It immediately took me to what we've been talking about. You see, our inability, because that teacher made that comment without any evidence. He made a comment on hearsay. Do you understand? If we up to now, and this COVID has even affirmed this, that we should look at the properties of most of the food stuff we eat and probably do some labeling or educate people around that. You know, Gary, cassava is a vegetable. Cassava is classified as a vegetable. And there is a study. Anybody who can or wants to, there's a study called the China study. It was not done by Chinese, but it was a combination of various scientists who did that study. And their recommendation is, if you can eat much root food from, the ground, root food, yam, cassava, and those things, they are healthier. You understand? They are healthier and it causes less death. They made this study mostly in East Africa, Uganda, and the rest. And they said those people, they have longer life and they don't suffer from cancer. The title of the book is The China Study. When I finish, I'll look for it and give a picture on the platform. Do you understand? But it comes down to our laziness to even study the properties of the food we eat, to even inform ourselves. And I've heard what Ralph said before. So one day I went to my, what would I say, my eye, and I asked the doctor, have I learned when you eat starchy foods and so on, it affects your eye. And the doctor said, that is not true. The ophthalmologist told me, that is not true. The reason why most of us in Africa have this eye problem is because of the sun. The doctor, he told me that the sun rays fall directly on our eyes. So normally we are the one who should be wearing sunshades. But in our part of the world, when you are wearing sunshades, we say, oh, this one is like is making light and all those type of things. Because we don't know the benefits. You understand? So, these are things we should embrace. These are certain values. Fire was saying, of course, I understand that sometimes some people are not matured enough, irrespective of their academic qualifications. You understand? Academic qualification doesn't lead you to being reasonable. It develops your intellect, but you need to apply the intellect to enhance your society or your community or whatever. Unfortunately, in our part of the world, that is not what we do. Unless, Fire, you want to tell me that I'm so westernized that I will even kill Africans for westerness. You understand? And to apply what Matthew said, the only example, not the only, but he is a very shining example of the violence Matthew was trying to allude to. Based on his experiences here, he was so violent that he wanted to disprove to these people that we can do something for ourselves. And that quality, that type of violence is manifested in Nkrumah and the first generation of African liberators. That was the violence they wanted to show. Then the same applies to the earlier generation of American civil rights leaders. Do you understand? Malcolm X, Martin Luther, and the rest. because they felt so oppressed that they had some sort of pent-up feelings. You understand? I watched Malcolm X's videos, and I mean, it was so, I just like the guy. If you think you can manipulate him to gain advantage over black people, then you targeted the wrong person. Impossible. Not even when he had a fracas with Elijah Muhammad. Because when he had that fracas with Elijah Muhammad, they want to go and stoke that fire. And they came to him and said, he told them plainly that, look, I have a problem with Elijah Muhammad. Fine. But if you are here, you are coming to interview me, to think I will implicate him in something, then you are talking to the wrong person. He told them. And the way they were even talking to him, as if he was somebody who doesn't think. And he told them that you think we are so stupid. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So that is, we have to use this sort of violence positively.
Mm-hmm.
Positively. But as well, I don't know whether I said it to you, but this morning there was one British black journalist who went to America to interview only white people to understand their perception about racism, why they feel. But I was shocked. If you look at the areas the whites live, neat, well organized, and so on, then just near them where the blacks live, and they interview some of them. They were saying, what you hear is gunshots, this. And the man said, look, these people are in this environment because they are profiled. When you go to take mortgage, they will not give you. And they said, look, the black middle class who were earning over 100,000 per household, where the rate at which they were refused mortgages is equivalent to white folks earning 25,000 per household. You understand? Black households who were earning over $100,000, the rate at which they were being refused mortgage is equivalent to white households who were earning around 25,000. So how do you expect these people to improve the environment? It's on BBC. You understand? Mm-hmm. And sometimes I question about the legitimacy of these people who came to a part of the world pretending they are coming to convert us, because they saw us like we are some barbarians that they have to civilize, that they have to westernize. Do you understand? I have a book. I sent it to fire. The man highlighted on the strategies they wanted to come and use to westernize us. It's so pathetic. I feel like stopping reading the book. But we need that information. You understand? Then you question yourself. So really on this earth, these people don't want us to get closer to them. They have created barriers. So do we have the same barriers in heaven they want to show us? We are on this earth and you don't want me to get closer to you. So heaven, or if that is true, do you think they will even show us? Look at Donald Trump. Do you think Donald Trump would like to go to heaven with you?
Yo, Abby.
You think he wanted to stay in the same heaven with him?
Anyway, home is where what's in that?
Yeah, so I want Dr. Ajiman to come and explain this thing to us.
Hey, Dr. Ajiman, Hunamane. Hey. Oh, Hunamane woman's ano. You, yate. Why? Unyamiro baba. Me a very certain so unyamiro baba. What?
Yeah, we are all here. We are
my Indian nanesika. We are mako or why any princess. What? Nanesika, Bamaso.
Papa, more wine and quiet.
And more wine and call. Okay. And so wine and Anceniano or pursue Tio. And Honey, Mammy has a wire ready so Becassa. Why? Okay. Yamadembra. Yes, I mean, Tissy Bombardier, so the end of the touch the watch. why na champion baba so why no okay so so tie keke so nti no
officer tie keke
nti yama na home so why ontie
okay
ochromi a mehunu se why ready na mama na ba why nti no yenko na so kabi
nti na chese let me akasa
the way is your front why
yo papa mamenfa ponya we na mintia etiefo ne abejafo nyina ndi so bia ho ye no famisia no papa
kwaso wo de na yeti
topic ni mood
topic ni mood on okay any
mood dey na person me start to
baby a wo feel so person o sha se bi a sha se feel ho why
okay papa mamentwa me wo fakase mi mamentwa so kakra ho no
okay
papa on se me wo fakase no o ka be bi se 70 ya abrofu ye ebetiti ya mo de ma ye no efa school kom ye school pon university titi ya mo de ma ye ene sabe ekwan on fa so titi ye ne ekwan bi a doni o makasa o mo disconnect ye from our roots ena eduase suwo na so root no enye stronger na leaves in branches in the idea say nyahwe ana meboa aha that ene kwan ba kwa mfa so de tete yen emwa yen up to now papa edi yetimu dem me no kase kwa no so hia wan kasa onia Ghana ni asebe wakwata ha chikakra na so uka mu nyina mo ka mesiu o mo ka ko mu kasa mo kwa na sebe on person beka boni ni kasa no person no uka but mu nyina mo so free Ghana ne ba yo miya menim madam for be a friend Frank Williams papa one na yiri nyina de free Ghana bai edu baby oba no bo na sum adan a ba ne kachi dodo ohia Ghana fo no kachi no kachi mu nyina mo so ye akanfo a mo free Ghana na mbedu kroma oba na ko school ha wa university the juma o ye mu odu kaka enti these are the ways kwan o mo fa so a o dey heading to break us, to disconnect us from our root. One of those things I took a sia papa enti na ye me de say o saje for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah oba so no ana so be president no enama be bra be for na be to kwan mu no o yi bi fi o de Africa din say na ni e fe good coast boa no be Ghana because they are Ghana empire enti yanka fe bi for papa edu say o say e kabom ne be unify edu say o say e kabom ne be nipa ba ko na me wo for aka me say ye obibini a oye bibini de ba again na egali team no onye bibi fo agen bibi bia ya oye bibi bia wa brofu we the color le kuta oye bibini ba or the doesn't think say bibini won hwe na wo faase me hwe na wo faase fo but ye obi mo ho a o muti koma na wo faase ni won hwe na da me hwe me wo faase fo hwe me ma mama mle ma sadie so se meye se bi wo na se metumi nko ade a papa ambe wo faase hia mwo a hwe me wo faase but ye mu bia betra krom ha sa ne man keten na boy wa brabom and my ye be united as one ye nye biom me ko Ghana ye didi bom papa me enti se bia kofi wadua ni kwa me wodi ni ye didi bom se busua ba ko o sa ate e man ka bom sonko bi e ma odo sonko bi betai mu e de nkabom no odo sonko bi e betantai mu because krom ha na ntisa but ye bae no ya to de nyina atwere ya mande ne amamren ne o marketing e beboa ya to de nyina atwere ne akofa kwazi broni de Oh, until time has come, Papa, we have to go back to our roots.
Okay.
We have to go back to our roots.
All
Then
right.
the panel, what your man, many a man, you your sankofa, yenchi. Yes, I bought your quacofa and yen chef and the panel woman near the fa. Not the engine, yen jan to her. Did it say no one bebo, Papa? I mean, fancy, I know be some rabbi.
And sana overcono cabanchi the at what point Anna Obia uni banchi? Uni banchi na and so odi kunkunte. At what point?
Papa said, Konumu, dear, Sana was ever. Sana was ever. A Konumu, dear, Papa Sana was ever.
Let's go. Bye.
Bye.
O say ekunu mu ye dia sa na o say de we eba you Nanesika, thank you very much. Wati na yema Bombardie akwabe ono so se ekunu mu ye dia oni banche na se ono so bedi konkunta yinti de ono so woka Bombardie impom ti say Bombardie oh sama bi ewu Abe. Okay. All right then. I just wanted to know so what a horn mouth timinka. But Bombardier. Okay, Ani Abe bra. Why, bra?
Yeah, connect to Bombardier.
Yeah. So who can appoint others be a concern to you?
Pardon? Can you repeat?
At what point should the views of others be a concern to you?
Papa Smiley, yeah, that is the difficulty we have. This morning I was arguing with some young guys on Facebook. One of them, among all of them, one boy was very reasonable. So I didn't approach him aggressively because I realized that he was somebody who was willing to converse. And sometimes it is not all the sort of cultures we learn or are exposed to outside that is bad. We can learn from some of the exposures we have. We need to embrace the way other people think. You understand? Because if everybody is thinking the way we think, the world will be boring. And sometimes an unrelated idea can bring home a point. And the reason for this was they were criticizing the fact that Akufo-Addo was saying something and doing something. You understand? When he commented about George and they were referring to Ameswale and so on. And then we brought in the issue with EC. About Smiley, the issue confronting us with regards to this EC is simply about people not respecting the point of view of others or the opinions of others. And the way I see it is this. And this has been why sometimes we have not been very progressive. And I like Mefia when he said our violence should be strategic. The word strategy is what most of our people do not understand in our part of the world. They just bandy the word around without even understanding what strategy means. Baba Smiley, let me give you, I see the impasse between the IPAC or something they call it, especially the NDC and the EC. Papa Smiley, when you are, it's about negotiation failure on behalf of the NDC. because I'm questioning what strategy do they have, or even if they have policy in place with regards to negotiation with the EC or during the inter-party relationship is concerned. Do they even have a strategy? Because if they have a strategy, the strategy will highlight your goals, what you want to achieve, so that it will be your tool, your basis for negotiation. Do you understand? If you look at this European Union, do you think the negotiation on the European Union is going smoothly? It's not going smoothly. But are these people running away or resorting to violence, resorting to walkouts, and so on? Everybody has got his or a strategy. They are trying to push. Of course, the person you are arguing with too has got his or her own stand. They've also got their plans. So you have to work on your negotiation skills, negotiation strategy. But because the NDC hasn't even got the way they behave so far, it means they don't even have a goal. They don't have a negotiation strategy. They don't have any approach to the whole thing. So in the end, they are resorting to violence. They are resorting to threats. They don't want to listen to anybody's opinion. And purposefully, that is one characteristic across the board in our part of the world. Chieftaincy. They throw cutlass, they throw guns, because the people don't even have a goal. They don't have any strategy to approaching any problems. So your point of view is useless. They don't even want to listen. These are some of the things we need to look at. At the end of the day, even if you win, let's say chieftaincy, a piece of, if you win, you are coming to rule the whole people. You are not coming to rule yourself. So we expect some element of decency. I mean, you have to have an open mind. Do you understand? I don't want to castigate anybody, but I mean, it's very, very sad. Their attitude, their approach is pure strategic failure in terms of negotiation. They don't even have any, I don't think they have even thought about this. But these are people who want to rule a whole country. These are people who want to rule a whole country. So with this attitude, or with this caliber, which international level can they negotiate at arm's length with? One, domestically, they don't even know what they are doing. So they have to threaten, they have to walk out. They have to, it's I don't know, Papa Smiley, we have a problem.
Okay, all right.
So you listen to other people's point of view. You have divergent views, you have, divergent, I mean, you brainstorm solutions to the problem. But we have a case when by the time we even sit down with somebody or we even approach somebody, we are opinionated already. So what the person says doesn't even pass through anywhere because we are not tolerant. Of course, I mean, the tolerance I'm proposing is the tolerance among ourselves. So no tolerance because they are killing us. That one you don't need any level of tolerance like that. Because we've been tolerant enough. At this stage, we have to fight fire with fire. Anyway.
I see. Yo, Avi, at this stage, we have to fight fire with fire. Yo, and
exactly.
Yentie Bombardier and so a view, meaning the entire Bombardier who onya issues, mine, Yentie new had there. Bombardier. Okay, all right. I'll see if I'll be able to get him on this way. Na wake be kama. Ya kwa enim na bia homana tum 0208 144 8180 0044208 144 8180 315 636 4063 ana Skype anonso ya A24 radio ene yenkomo no ya sha say free. At what point and appropriate is it okay for someone to say uchiri banchi and so utimidi kunkunte na so because uchiri banchi na so odi kunkunta so okoto so obi dini banchi a or right to say obey look down upon the person holding a banja now. If you no you call George Floyd the whole sense kakra say no upgrade charge no from 3rd degree murder to 2nd degree. And opposite for me and sign accounts no yaswa omunyina kama. Donald Trump will say violence is not a solution.
But Bailey.
Yeah.
But Bailey. Do you even see that the slight upgrade Quran has this undertone of discrimination?
On say.
Yeah, exactly. Because what factors inform the first charge, and what factors also inform the upgrade?
You see, on say Abe, me who said yeah, who see who no there. On say this thing was done in a line of duty, me boy. So, what's your uniform?
This is just an excuse.
The
line of duty. The line of duty. When they were sending them out, when they were sending them out, did they tell them to go and kill people?
On say, acquires a doctor. No, the doctor is there to save lives, but some mistakes of doctors can cause lives, right? Into your nose, and as a doctor calls who will be money. Would you say a murder? Na overcome straight away say a murder.
Yeah. Okay. So if the doctors work as elements of death or fatality in it, that is reasonable. But you were sent out to go and ensure peace in the community. Then you go and kill the same person you are supposed to ensure peace with. Then when the person who sent you wants to hold you accountable, it's okay because of what you did. I'm sentenced. You will be flogged with maybe 10 lashes or 50 lashes. Then after that, you say, oh, the 50 lashes are not enough. So what decision went into the first punishment?
Okay.
Then what also inform the second punishment? Because he has not made any appeal.
Okay, all right.
So
Abe.
So they were trying to practice the status quo, but because of the pressure, they feel like doing something. So what they are doing is just to appease the crowd.
Send you also strategic violence into young cosway. Maybe a free 2nd degree honomako. 1st degree.
Yeah, we want the 1st degree.
Okay, all right then. Any into Bombardier. Why? Bombardier.
Blood no be inside.
Hey, Bombardier. Bombardier. Bombardier hume. Okay. All right.
Well, has floor cut up with him.
I just don't know. I don't go out work as a I don't know. Say police officer no kwade ya chi nti nya de obetima kwaje Bombardier phone nti no. Bombardier.
Yeah, he's not there.
He's not there. Okay. Mamintie Bombardier. Mamintie mafie. Why? Na owia yako ras bajumba eso. Mafia.
Papa Smiley masanga better ho.
O te ho.
Na o kan no. O kan abanchi asem no. Na me wonder says analogy a we your friend is saying Donald Trump inti na wo yes analogy na se banchi na was su banchi into a diabetes or say it's not good to use violence. Then so they said no na wo yet yeah. Any no dear different scenario ain't me fan to aduane di ehu na I am the say
why
okay I am the brace so na dia na ye bibi sa say chifu di apayi abete so no ayi ya ban say banche no womo see no violence against violence na dia me yenye say Bin Laden and I say Osama and Pokam bibi na he fan from the never fast so enti no na adwene ye sana sama endi de pa se Abe eba ye no obeka ne more hu asem no wo so wo ma mesi wo ma ne kuku no wo yare ye nso utimi wie buru me ba no wo ya kwala ketekete no ni mi opene ni ompe em se Abe sama no tete bre na ye wo no na ye bagimbre ntini ntini show opinion because me ba no ono wo ya kwala ketekete me ka kokoma na medigu na numa no wo puba na mente ase akora bi apekuku na ade ade ne ma kuku na okuba na okache me se sene abeka no na so taste smell na na ma ne yam feel funny nti oni dokun ni fi se o no ni kuku dokun na yi na enwanwa se okrani batisabi na osro dokun di nti ye be hwehwem DNA no wa ma na wofo aye a check na die I'm making sure say baby ofi no ho na yesi ofi na ani breseme wo so ne say sa aggression ya se me meeting ameka na eja menim say ras woye junior ana se menim ba bi kra oya wasi o da bi yemfa enso mimia ne Donald dia menim but ni bresem pa yentimi mfa nya fadi agro yentimi emfa nya fadi agro hwe wonim say baby a obese bia racism ho enya American kwa police ni bi na no a ye na bi what article tin about what he witnessed as a black police constable Britain ha what niema be brave hu ye waso ne uyonko police ni nam no yes sir Mika so say mo ko entu so no your penny we new. Well yes sir, you can't really argue with him in front of the person, the victim. So Minka says suspect crap victim. You can't argue because what I say when you penny argue. Na minimobia or that one wo or no dear. Wa fa me ho say oh entisa nyo mu nyina na tisa. Hwe obi obebie na no aka say enya brofu nyina na tisa enya bibifo enya we nkwanye sese kala ye nyina ya bibi oka wo mo ho obi obeka se bia oka wo mo obi a want me take stand o yes mutual the peace oka wo mo ho so wenim wo mo ka ho nyina so no se ba se ye exercise aggression na ye yi wo mo nyina fi mu akonwe no ye ni botro bia wo mu so wo bi ye botro enti oh mo Bible no ono apo omo Bible no eno na me nti a de bia I was say ye kofa Bible asem eba akwantifo radio so ye di ye ho nkomo it is a book so we are seeing na adenti na nko na de bia ye kofa ba menti asiu eno so ya de da ho I imagine na se eno kra say what do you do? Lukewarm, Yankopon, or more lukewarm, no, butro for no, or best show after num. You will be spewed. So you best show out, or bet to us through nenum, or bet pure would be bisa, yes. Inky, your friend is saying, sir, Bible, some. Aye kofabano mentia ye di ya ho komo amome ni ye ho komo ye wo niema ye wo abakwasam ni ade ankofa ka to ha yitimi de ye mfato ho eno so ababu so akoye say well I'll leave that to tomorrow your friend is saying sa butro say ye nya violence you don't pay this violence with violence D oh ye nyina uka sadia uka sa nye tisa prof ni nyo mi nyina na tisa ene bi before so nyo mu nyina na ye papa bi mu de nye ni ade no wa uka sa bia no ka ho you are part of the problem nothing compared to racism there's nothing compared to racism nothing the next worst thing when you're discriminated against racially, no, you're more or less dead as a human being.
Mafia. Let's just say, so because a nyabrofunina and a racist are oh unyintum a profunina racist on.
Obi be making that excuse. Oh, I know me na ye racist.
And that's all be make excuse or be make statement and say
what problem no.
Tio.
What we na ye racist or we na.
Okay.
One see racism I say you can only understand racism when you've been a black person and the black person has been put in a position where it is actually impossible for a black person to be racist.
Enti abrofu nyina racist on.
Of course. Okay. even mixed race for ya wo krom ha yo ya situ krom ha nyina no most of them looking down on us pure breed because some feel some broni moja wo and that's the pure truth. And if you say that you're not part of the problem, if you're saying that you're not part of the racist problem, then I want to see you hands-on doing something about it, or else you're part of it. And so it's getting worse when a black African person stands there and says that, oh, you know, yes, sir, and before no, so yeah, may be hard. You know, some police one, oh yes, sir, oh come, and what I would say it again, racism is the worst crime anybody could commit. Being racist is more or less you're murdering the person. You're disregarding the person's existence as a human being. And it is a wicked crime. It takes all kinds of forms, shapes.
Nice white person down.
Me catch yourself, me from experience, Papa Smiley. I don't care whatever you want to say. From my own personal experience, even the white person who tells you that they are not racist, oh, that's not fair. Deep down, they are. They don't even understand how not to be racist. They do not understand how not, because you can only feel racism when you have been a black person. It is. They cannot actually accept the fact that, we are all equal. Deep down, they see themselves. You know what we go through day in, day out. So, now we are bibinia. Now we are Juma wa brofumwa. The ease with which they carry themselves in the workplace is so different from you. You're always out of place. You always have to be careful what you say, what you do around them. They're always looking for something to justify it in a way. And you go through all that kind of subtle racism day in, day out. And then when there is something, because of that, you're working extra hard, twice as hard as your colleagues, because you know that you are disadvantaged. That in itself is a very, very stressful, painful, bitter experience to go through. And then what is more, when you're working twice as hard, then they come back and then if there is a promotion or there's a privilege, they give it to a white colleague, and you have to stand there and smile. We are slaves. We are still working as slaves. That is our reality. And you will say, I didn't just wake up to this fact. It takes experience to come to this point. And when you're missing, and when you're point, I've been around for a while and I'm training. Oh, and they are compromised and they should be spewed out of the mouth. They shouldn't be part of it. They are compromised. That's why they're talking like that, and we should fear such people.
All right, then.
This is a situation where you cannot take a neutral stand. You cannot sit on the fence. You're either here or there. There's no fence sitting. End of June. May English version of Ifiada Nkomo. May person English version. End of June. Me yi menim pa me peda yi me kohwe afia Schwarzenegger makeup artist no utimi so be one contact of mama na me ba o me ne de me man na African makeup me person yi me hu adi. I want to be an iconic person on A24 as standing up for as Mother Africa, and I need somebody the costume designer to design a costume for me, a special one for the program.
Okay.
You will be of this
yeah. Rasba Jumba.
So that's one you're careful. I guess I will speak him.
Yeah, Rasbio. Oh, yeah.
They
said you mudaho. And yet, Mafia, what can in some was it? I say wow beka say enya brofo ni nyina ene racist no say won so ka problem no ho dia na wo ka fa
you compromise in one way or the other either say dia with the beauty and say wo bi ti sika sha wonsam ana wo ton yen ma wo
okay.
I like that. Na many aje. Mi ti ma fi anka se ya. Na papa na many aje pa. Na eba ne sa no a me no won se ya na me pese me de ko ye back. Baby a me ni free ye back. Yemfa aniema ni nyina no ye start ni say. Ma fi ami busa wo se tribalism e wo ho ana eni ho.
That is a different to say me afọ woni wunua no mutifie na moku na chese wo no wo na ukosia Ghana ni wo be dia ka so we no ya igbeni nti onye Ghana ni wo normal everything ene ketrema wo mugu enum ba ko de bia wo moko and they don't even equate racism to tribalism. Don't.
Sure.
It's nothing as serious as that. No.
Yo. Na the entire uhun say mami relate tribalism ewo emfama racism. Me pasa me color entira na ye nyina ye color ba ko ni entira na sese chide me musa kakra.
Right. Daddy, tell me to where right me I wouldn't make us say mafia me yabunu ni ade na santifo enkam fa abunfo didi agro ya stress me sia ya santifo ameka de bia it's nothing obi nka say o ma me adwuma because me yabunu ni obi nka say police agina me na me yabunu ni ntino o de ne kotodwe esi me kon wakumi obi nkoku pepeni because o ye pepeni e wo Ghana. No, we don't take it to that level. So
ebi to dent na ma kasa na
me say obi me who Ghana it wasn't a problem so ye kunkuma ibefo ye kunkuma mpepefo ye kunkuma abonofo there be me see this one of those on the fence who compromise you. Check.
Ras, don't waste your breath. Man, how? Why? Man, how? Now you see. Answer. Oh no. Say Obi.
I mean, can you, Mama Nunsi?
What can say me na? And I'm saying
any northerners, no more north, the southerners, it's any affront of and yet that's serious. Do not equate, don't even bring tribalism into justify racism. It is an insult. Don't.
What makes you think says all the Bemwana say you are justifying the other?
It's an insult. It's on a different level. It's just look. I'm a last to make and say a crobia muno yosam apron your friend is say I really knew for womb appetition for womb a dancer for womb. Meaning I crime. Don't we have it everywhere in the world. The same way in different parts of the world within the nation, there are certain people who feel superior classes and all that. It's not good, but it exists with it. But when it comes to racism, it is a huge thing. It's on a different league, and you cannot compare that to tribalism, and it should not even be compared. It will be trivializing. Why not last or by because you're trivializing it because you're comparing it to racism. You know, you're trivializing it by doing that, and that upsets me. It really upsets me that you would even think of, let's say yes. Why? I don't know. What is wrong with that? This is a serious thing. We all have to come together in solidarity and fight. And look at what you're doing. Look at what you're showing us here. After what soldier, no big baby, no that is what you're doing.
Yo, homeswear, what's it? Ras, cosway.
Yeah, me that say, idea, mama, need you, say, ye bahase, yes, ye be tiensem ni sua de na efa ne ma bi esa so what I say enunti ya na maniji say ma misiba maso na eha me pa se de ye kan nyina no obi tie amafo bebre etie enunti nyina no bi ka say no obafia ahiase o kirekire eniema bi mu na o kire mu say ya na etiefo nyina etie na efa adwen sana maniji a eniti ama meba bamaso na me mabamba so ema bi gina say Sabi near boy your Ghana near free BBC a fubehe. Your boy fubehe na ras na misusu me ma board this wa is the Zibia me de call right na say left no obi boko forward it me kwana me boko forward there be that a serious idea say a trans na idwe because papa isa ikuta eniema kitinkiti bia aha ye free ye nkwada abrim abesi sabri ya sadiri nyina no edaso edi yenya ba isa okoka sisi ano a ye wo bibia ye wo national level international level na ye faso ekwanye ye faso a ye betimi asolve that tribalism and I say yes solve tribalism no the same way no and I say ya apply to racism no because racism na emi de say minia obefia ye ba radio so and me tie nka no ka kire me say ono me obefia no we racist pa na me bisa mo say na racist kura no de ade me tie na me dwendwene ho say senya fufu nku na etimi eye bibi etia ne yonko tuntum se tuntum susu timi di koma fufu dia ene ras ese metena se na mehwehwe eniema bi mu ye enenti se metie fro bafia enum e wo ha se oye racist na bia me we papa mi ankasa mi wo na se enuanum bi susu se ras baby a obeda no wo ye tuntum abeda white mu na omusi omuye racist ya sana ye kono ana na eba ne saa no a wo a me fanse ebia yetukwai abegu obi manso no wo umuno usi uye racist na de ya beto no so ono eso ebeka ase na akireye eno ne ade a ese etnasi ye na yebiebie ne manum nkakra se wo bibi ehyomu editiame a papa na obi a ya ye ne se anase ya classify ne se racist ni nyina ne fie enewo na wo mu no kakra na ekuta wo no wo de ba be funu a ayese de drop ato epum wo muda enti until se yebehu kwan ye befa so a menu mom no yebetima yi saade na free me wo no emra so se ese yi free mu se obafia timi yi saade ni free ni mu a abronfo a ehu no omusu nyina betimi ayi saa free mu ti se ante se obeti ase se onye racist so kaso ye racist na se broni no aye wonu krom no ono ne doso che no kaso ye racist ayi fa na ye de na besi ti na ye ka se abronfo people meba
yo
obi betuma ka cho se enya abrofo nyina na ye racist ena enya bibifo nyina na ye racist eno na ese ye hwehwe obafia sisi awka so ye racist no me nye racist be bibini
right one see any American me say the black man cannot be racist. We cannot be racist. I have run a media. We cannot be obroni. Anything na no. Prono. Make us obroni. Obroni. Enna. Obi na no make me back me mean say me am say me racist. Me can't na me say. But obroni any be na no catch and say. Me back catch and say it is impossible for a black person to be racist. And he discusses the same way into details. And I realized what the girl was saying. We cannot because the whole world, we can only be racist if we see other races as inhuman. And we don't. Black people don't see other, we just ask for equality. We don't think that they're inhuman. We are more, and that's what we need. And I try to move on with them, and see them, and shop on Costo, near more reasons. I know you're dry. No, we don't. When I talk about it like that, I mean, there's times when I make a joke here and there, so we're racist. Who am I? If I'm racist, I then I'm a me a control position was be a racist to say anything. No, there's not much I can do. We cannot. We're not. We cannot. We are the underdog. We cannot be racist. You cannot call a black person racist. Maybe I am angered at white people because they've been racist towards me and because I'm sensitive towards whatever they do. But I cannot be racist. It is impossible.
Okay. All right then. Ras, where we are now? Nema big man ashibu mumrem.
Papa, answer na big match bobo ebeba mu no. Me dey abibia meka say fight we na ye fight no. Enye say pese ye tie your voice na your voice ebiase nyina agi etum na yetimi fight legally. Ewo bia ye wo mu no.
It's never happened and it's never going to happen.
Hold on, for interjections.
Why? Enye niema a ye shishishi no abontin shop no ne ade na ma niema sesa. Ebe happy na me de say na wotwe we mu no. Omo de bibi beto ho say omo ama no 3 wokra wo kan na be afi no atwe abatu eche se bibi asesa de na yema nipa no a okum George no yema no yede no kugina position 3 no na afi de yesa dan na ama na be yetu
right wo ya ma me adwen say what defense so ka wo ya compromise the radio
say the way you see the way we see e kanu ene the way you see hwe niema no ene ye kone enkakra ntina meka che o say shop shishi yeko bubu epono ani no emfa ye enko baabia ema ebi susu ete ho so a ono a yeko bu ni shop ni na ma ono nya mo anga say tuntumfo ena owu ye na say tuntum ni na ewu ye ena
na owu abrofo na wo mu wie ya ni ma no wo mu pictures ni
ena meka che o say tie obia enye tuntumfo nyina ene ebo kro no abrofo
no ka mu bi na ade ni ye bu bi level 2 no
eno ti meka to say the variant no emwaye because say ye di ye
enye no kra ho ni ye ka ho asemo ras I was some do dim come in the back because won't violence and aggression na make an asset
and you want to be chire mu and you want to say me by say no me dictionary na me hwem sa bi na me no kasa na ye old dictionary the old version it na bia me gele sa anti me no kasa wi na se me sa ba back ya e bia me kasa be ti ase
answer me
Papa Swali, can I come in briefly?
All right, and bra briefly. Why?
Last point of view.
Now what did a new version? I'm Baba me ba. Obo say because I no all
right then. And Abi Yanko and Emma
yeah, this is a quick one. I think Ras from where Ras is standing is this. He is assuming that because we are in their midst, we cannot, oppose whatever they are doing. But Ras, don't forget, there are many of them in our countries. There are many of them in Africa, in our countries. But we don't treat them the way they treat us in their midst. You understand? We don't treat them, we don't discriminate at all against them. We even give them better than they deserve. And if we don't show them that we don't appreciate what they are doing, these Chinese too will do the same thing and even worse. Look at a Chinese person opening a shop in Africa and telling you black person, you cannot enter a shop in Africa. Do you wait to sit down till it escalates to the level we are fighting now? When you were coming here, or when we were coming here, did we ever even envisage that this is what is awaiting us? We thought we are all human beings. We thought, human beings. But when we came here, they made us know that we are not equal. So now we are telling them enough is enough. We don't treat you the same way. We treat you better than when you come to our you live in our country. But when we live in your midst, hey, we don't want you. We don't want you. So the assumption that because we are here, we need to be nice to them. We are not fighting them every day. They cause us to fight. For a black person, every black person, every day you step outside, either directly or indirectly or subliminally, you experience it. You understand? We are nice to those who are nice to us. Why do you want to say because we are here, we should just lie down and you walk on us? Come on, we don't treat you the same when you come home.
All right,
when you are we are flying back to Ghana, any part in Africa. One thing I do observe is on the plane. Sometimes either white people are more than us on the plane, or almost the same proportions. You understand? So if they don't want us all to live peacefully, then we have to know then we don't want to live peacefully. That's why I take over.
All right, thank you. Now, Mema, Bobo, Emre, no say bombard ya fede. Na homa na bit Matthias in Yama Bobo, Emre, and the Bobo,
Mr. Papa Smiley.
Nah, Boko there.
Oh, good. Michelle, Bia. You don't look at that, but about racism, that's why I was one of them.
A honey and nam CCA.
You, okay. Papa, I said, me, when said, me born a tattoo. Papa Smiley, maybe say, maybe Cassandra call funny word, I'm institutionalized. What penny now, I'm your we are ready and I said, me come as I'm calling now. May the quote in a better say. About the men, name Bible, we said, Dr. Jingo in Bible. Fence moon Bible, but Bible moon said, "I made the baby a because we be brain a boy my bravo."
Okay.
Now, we did story be Bible. Now, or see Papa being a friend of Moses. Now, Moses, Okonini or Pharaoh fee. And see, Moses or Pharaoh fee, now all the privileges. Why I say, Pharaoh Heno, a man of scholarship, a man of promotion. The Moses was a big man in Pharaoh house. And now Moses Quabonte. In the Quabonte, and a who said him call for an institute. And Moses said there be also called Britain and call for. And see, if I say a door lessons you are. Why Moses could not stay in his privilege, but Moses decided to go and liberate his people. I'm from Quanjin. Yes, of all. In Bible. Now, San Semino. Some of them fit into our contemporary category. You may discuss this here. Say, your baby is a be at the year, a be at the year. And there are some people now, they are Moses in the land of America. They are Moses in the land of Britain. Would they go and liberate those who are oppressed? I'm saying, Papa. Institutionalized, my meaning, no more to tell. I was smiling. Okay, no problem.
Also, quotation, quotation in my.
Oh, the better to find out meaning of the word institutionalized.
Institutionalized. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Institutionalized. All right. Institutionalized.
Don't worry. Or established in practice or custom.
Okay, send one who established something typically a practice or activity as a convention or norm in an organization or culture.
Very good. In the personality, the case institutionalized racism. HSA. You need institution to run a system. You need institution to run a country. That institution running a country, no. So when they do a research working about culture, that institution is institutionalized racism. What does it tell you? Papa, okay. Come after Lawrence Aideno, I'm okay when I'm back. I say Metropolitan Police is institutionalized racism. But just only report you or time. Okay. Papa, small is that institutionalized racism. What they told Metropolitan Police or no? What it tells you is that means that there's a custom, there's a culture that made the police racist in this country. Let me actually make criminal police for and review no more by. And until say institution, that's a racism mudia. Then they come with reforms. Say let's put this roadmap so that things can work on for us. Okay, Papa Smiley. Who should be say institution be? Na institution here racism. Na wonam ho. Na okosia obi oya djuma o say institution mu a. Papa Smiley say asen betime dunya. Ndi papa bebe edu say no. Eye say can you stand and be Moses? Or you want to be Pharaoh? Because you say, why are Moses there? If you go for Froswa, also. Papa, you have to understand how the dynamics and how culture change. Papa Smiley, even what you now the system works against you to deprive you for making a living. It shapes your mind, it shapes your attitude. Now one share you could do baby over survival crowd, not adding mount. Sebi. And yet at the aboli penisen ko namananka a homa senkum. And so Kromano, so tia nye the system can force and put a homa in your con. Papa, I'm not saying say abafo any paboni, omunya any paboni. But institution no more running with it, institution any paboni for okay? And into Benya Buani obeti 2 years, we are some a bit slow, dear, a bit slow, yammy. But the institution is not like that. Almost in Metropolitan Police is institutional racism organization. And you mean clear? Enti Ubenya police in here, oye, but institution there yet. Papa, and enti say Ghana for eh, not Ghana buying ya. Nya buying bayan, and I will be for you, yeah. So America for ye, America for president in ya. Your president in the bayan, and a better for you, yeah. Papa Smiley, young man in now. But you could do say, you know, a fight to change the institution. Once the institution change, the rest will follow suit. Papa, institution anything, a mini judiciary, court, or judge version when you. The court or judge, you know, will be a quatrain to Casimo, a Kunipa 19, made it to Uncle Pogunin. Obikota their counterfeit £20. Near the next in the consumer new a didn't hear a institution. If I want to charge a crown, prosecutor want to charge no, or see a manslaughter. But I say, I'm on for demonstration, you're changing about it. It's the institution. So it is not the people. And you need want my money, you want my money, open your brea, open. But institution, no, whatever you man, institution in your papa. So what do? You then have to be fighting in the institution so that the institution will go through a reform. Now, how do you fight the institution? That means that we have to be on the street. We have to be writing up. We have to be talking. Say the Ebea. One way or the other, no. If you form the debris, if you more police in him, there will be a reform. Say, stop and search, you know. Then I must stop and search, and ever. Say, every form kind of motor in the morning. Kroma baby, oh, what do car call for 5 minutes? Not police at the power. There are measures to mitigate. Say, we are least mistake. Baby, so also, we to make the bonnie and the more. The police are not police name. Maybe we have 1 hour, 2 hours. Maybe so also 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Not police do is here. What I say. But I see we are all equal before the law. Are we equal before the law? Papa, ain't it me me gitum? If you me pa now so institution in yet. The institution in yes so dear. Ohobeton de. Na da ejanebe so gu hinu. And I'll be or say, come on, what in there? Or the over so no, what in you better send up. Why? Now,
Bobo,
yeah, about Smiley.
And Sana Ras Besum, now no bonko mono. Now you busa say, at what point, Anna, and I say, a dear man, I okay, say, Obia, or so, Uchiri Banchi, right? Na and so, Udiabiti. At what point, Anna, are you okay? Na obi a ono ochiri banche no na odi abete en so kotu so obi di ni banche a Does it give him right to look down upon the person?
Now, could be think how we put any anchor a nephew, a big nephew. He put out here sending the Pabra.
Oh, send you need a name to a man for Kaby. So them channel.
Papa, why much?
And I mean, so my match. So my match. But
why? Papa, calm down.
Oh, send any over chance, and I'm a busa, we say in Sumo. Call me, we Asamoah, it comes in diverse forms. So, I'm sure.
Okay. Great.
Now, Asamba Akonso at the house, at what point should the views of others be a concern to you?
Okay. At what point should the views of others be of concern to you?
That's right.
Apart, there's a saying, say, no man lives on an island. And in Kaka, Monsieur Fisaka, say, Papa, we are living in interdependent world. Obama can't send this. Obama say, America, you have to say paying for. Now, Momono, yeah, more say, a man am also so you know Moody getting in ano. Yeah, go for call. And never been work when we say, because see what you don't see the international to the boy home buying. Papa, you're doing every China and buy. And I'm paying for visa. A China problem. A China area. Forgetting say China needs for baby. China needs to say mutu to aquino. There are no call baby. Papa, I say my Ghana. Nigeria 40 and Fahon. I say my Ghana, I say I send it from them. And I'm from a Catholic boy. From man boy Nigeria for Nigeria. Never come. Into a pass Mali. What if ye? A codawo, a two feet out the gem. Or you want to say, me back, me can't pay. I cry when you me back, me what can't, or my baby will say. I crowned it of fat, and then my fat, and your barono, no, my man, or the no. That whatever about also no. Now we have fear ye. Was run or 3 seconds one of my missile, or 3 seconds on my missile, or 3 seconds on my missile. Over report to and I don't be one, my mom to one among. What the compound house? What's all there or no, ma, and a 2 months from sister into the home for home. Papa Smiley, after what you are not in Akoba, the Koba and say, I can't the Dakro, Uchum was work upon a woman or 3 seconds or their bows. Papa Smiley, you should always be concerned what has happened around. Now also so no why I say, what did that yet? ABC. Say, you did that be fusion a better bomudia. Without the actually bit my home. But there are sections also. That means you must measure the level of your interference. Because personally, the fact that you can also influence, that means that you also should go and rule the people. And that brings the question, say, how do you influence? How do you shape behavior? How do you change people? What I say? Because what's up also never now be no etimi sanema enti oye no na pacho mama 1 minute be na memre why na mabeduru na me sort ni market we be house na ras bajoma
yo bobo thank you very much why
mama just 1 minute
yeah ma 1 minute na ma hu say bombardia ba ma me ejamen samrem me nya sure say ejamen sa be che enti ne yema ejamen samra owi a ya tiesi bombardier aso ye eja bensa bama so
agin kase
na bokoze
oyi
good ene boy nkomo kakra why
Mikyobia
ya jodo
as your friend then police who has something make kakra about police as an institution one no control police yemfa Ghana mpo as an example Ghana police is the instrument of the executive. The president is the controller of the police. Is the chief executive of the armed forces. on no hold monopoly of power over the police. Na police phone so we even damn so they obey the orders of the executive. Therefore, you got a system now. All ministers, executives, they are protected by the police. Oboku judges now all the city all my police for protect judges and judges in count only the politicians, executive, or connect car maybe to the car name. If you were if you were in office, no protecting. And to such people, executive will find difficult to deal harshly with them. They also try to protect them. Because why we been so in a year, pushing over to my harm in so many ways. I know so many ways of killing a cat. But if you hold the neck, you are in trouble. So police are under the offense, then the mandate of the executive. Executive, the same thing with America. Police will offer all the ministers, all the important offices, Nazi, offer. As he said, a case like this, the government find difficult in dealing it or try to protect the police in a way. Or openly, but underground, or try to protect the police for no. The police also are protected. Them not make a police, into police, they don't operate on their own. It's the executive, no more orders, more operate no or protect one.
Okay, they say, watch my back, I watch your back. Oh,
yes, because when I man who carry police not one or protect your life, who fear police or 24 hours, office police it is I think here. Then you are creating problem for yourself.
Sir?
And Ghana, all the executives, parliamentary and protect one. Judicial protect only the high court judges. Uncle will protect because of Lawrence and time Mokukun judges, No, Oma office will protect high court judges, But executive on oil, the executive also on Fanon court or the number court. Only indeed, executive prosecute. Attorney General is one of all no crap police not protect Until they find a ways also to protect the police.
All right.
See, when you're dealing with a policeman, I say you're very, very, very careful. Maybe not make solution to the American problem, in the Ghanaian problem. In Ghana, we used to have one tribe or two tribes, local police. But I'm saying all tribes are in the police. Until I didn't have a balance. Kwame Nkrumah made a big mistake. The IGP offer one tribe, CID one tribe, Army one tribe. They gang up and overthrew him. So I can't you woman, now so you woman, and will expose one. But the same tribe protected this man, and they gang up. Americans came with the money. Dollars, they took the money, share it, and then they overthrew Kwame Nkrumah.
They were successful because they were of the same tribe, yes, sir.
Of course, yeah. Because so other year over exposing. Yeah, for the IGP New Year, Fantina now in Semenya, and so over too much will be some of you. But the same tribe. They were protecting their interests. The same tribe. Only Amanu.
Yo.
Now, there was civil society. I say, Shazia Kwame Nkrumah, the Oma in Ghana, the factories or only the foundation for industrial revolution or Ghana, Yama. Now, if we airport, if we prince here, airport, Kotoka International Airport. A coaching agency here, there will be revolution in Ghana.
Yo, thank you very much. Ejamensa. Why? Bombardier.
Yeah, Papa.
Na boko de.
Boko nonso e.
Ya me adom yanso ho ye pa. Why? Yanso ho ye.
Ne chiawo ne tifo ne abejafo bia wakase bia.
Obi ajo so. Yo, ene fire koi. Me sure say abetech on na mu na ntimi nkasa nti enkoma yedie no wate kakra kama. Nti no boy enkoma kakra. Why?
Yo. The best me can first one here. Now kase you obi so on pe banking so di kokonte. And odi kokonte so ko hu to obi so di banking so na so be kasa na on kasa bebe wo ho no. On say the be am ka just say character. All the virtues of what has be and it comes back to character. Saving the fruit of the spirit tonight. You can't watch Galatians 5, no. It started from love, now about peace, joy, self-control. So we need character, yeah. Which I didn't know to me yet. We need character, no, that don't need. And the no, you can also put like majority of people or how so because it be obia san obiatie. I told the relationship crowd or banning the I remember bear 5 or 6%. As some bandas and cool, I remember the son of it. Would you say, remember, when you pass 7 billion water, and my member bear 3 billion, and my bear 4 billion. Sounds and remember the money than uncle ye be a division, although a madam Subano, and no, or pen baby after. But also in Nigeria. Oh, and she say, Obiba, no, oh, Banchi and yet. No because Papa, what is the source of tapioca? Kokunte above within the tapioca. And then the dear kokunte, a bunch of bois. And they be a and say, the mind can never be correct or right if the head is wrong. Your mind, you know, a widening within your widening yet. And you know, say, Walker say, be a bunch of media, Suban ready and yet, name we are going to know who you're in social media. And no to be my, and no to be my, yes.
Me pacho, uko ekroma says, I walk at that hospital now say, Oka tapioca. Now where's the Tisako container, the baby where you pudding? Why?
I think and the mental high, you know, so can they be in tapioca?
It's not some correct or tapioca. I had to say, and you be, I had to say, and you could wear me. I had to say, you know, buy and milk near 6 near the abroad. You say, oh, I need tapioca for lunch. In
this context, no. Tapioca ne bo by containing a above on your friend tapioca, meaning the all cano, and no cry, no chicken.
That's what they call it. I have your African dish in the Bruce B. Your friend is Coconte, Brony won't mean cat now, baby. You know, in botany and now say, oh, yeah, a classification, and now you see classify Coconte. Necessarily na your friend tapioca. Akwa say menkeni o menkeni ahodo ene wo koko ahodo ba yetimi de din ba ko ene even game so menkeni tapioca no. Adiani de Africa. I didn't see there was a money brofdi. Your friend kokonte.
Oh,
la pewa.
Never be so who man and the friend kokonte. But we'll be here or no different.
When they come to learn about it, they've got to adapt the name that the creator or the inventor of Kokunte gave it as Kokunte.
Who is the inventor of Kokunte? One name to Kokunte.
What's it?
Is it Kokunte in Ghana? One inventor.
And woman in Kokunte. La Pewa. It's a Brony, but Omuni Kokunte, me who Brony Waka Kokunte, Eddie when you fear that this area was in Africa, Museum. In the Africa, Minimi Papa invested Kokunte.
Ukosqua, Yemfre Banchi, Yemfre Cassava Banchi, Yemfre Cassava, your friend Cassava.
Manioc.
This area who ye specific say who ye area your Jesus no your time edition Ghanaian language. So oko 3 classes there. No a tree near can't you ever friend kukunti. Name say English in area ye friend kukunti ye tapioca.
I make answer wrong. We should call it kukunte. It's not tapioca either. We should call it kukunte because omo invent
They say enemy culture and say yeah no Ghana your official language English and you're using instruction for educational purpose and the government business. It was local school next and yes be a Ghanaian language period na muko suadena obe use India and say agriculture will say like teacher niba or no be culture say or the English ma tapioca name say tree no body obemon kokunte and to sad yeah may your project say be and Ghana you're just one language na yen conventing all the words in language news say the cause so oka branch here ebi obi nim the pen branch ba oka kasaba bi obi say pen kasaba di semi wasant memu a na me set na me nkobo kasaba di meka branch no mo hu say the city so aha and you know you officially say yeah culture book say what the friend can say no say friend baby the only one a year universally obi a friend say can say very and na koshako madam Susan operator or Kwachimoto school one of this word no by koshako za lack of malnutrition sa no mano and then who literature book bia na your friend koshako ye ni ebofu bia di mano it say on to say bia ye usua food nutrition na say kasa okay say there omo body na so na just to say no me friend tapio ke name no be bia literature book be pokote and then and the doing kasa no kwa be sa no be friend no and na ma very yemma but dia mai yeah
don't forget I was teaching them doom so.
Yes, this is that's what I'm saying. Because now it's universally. You see, doom so we have chia. What is the English name for chia? Maybe you are chuckling or something. But once you enter the dictionary and it becomes like popular, no, everybody will be calling that. That's why it is imperative to say we have to fund the Ghana Bureau of Languages. It is there. So when people talk about Nkrumah and people are insulting Nkrumah, I just don't understand. He created the former of the Bureau of National Language. I've even forgotten the name, and now it's called Bureau. People don't even know we have a whole Bureau for languages where they are supposed to develop our indigenous language.
If we develop our language well, most of them fit into the English language. Because if you look at the Japanese language, most of the Japanese terminologies, manufacturing terminologies or business terminologies, have found their way into the English language. Words like Kaizen and so on are part of the English language, but they are Japanese.
Yes, sushi. That's what I'm saying. If you are able to promote it well, and because we use fish to catch fish, but if you are there, you spend money on cathedral, you spend money on other things which is not. But the Bureau of Language, as to speak now. If you see, I don't know if you saw the article that I posted. They said the Ghana language is dying. And last year, the United Nations declared last year as what the International Indigenous Language. Because so they said every 20 seconds a language is dead somewhere. Now Accra has become cosmopolitan because people don't speak Ghana anymore. The indigenous people now, because of the interactive school and things. When I live in Dansma Senate Flat, Block 15 and 16. In the estate, they speak English. They don't even speak Ghana. I came from Kumasi, and they didn't even speak Ghana to me. They were speaking English or even Chi. We went to Sakumone State, the same thing. So now, if you look at the Ghana population, they are about 1 million, but the number of people speak is less than 200,000. You see? So, but what is the government institution doing? Because they said that when a language dies, then the identity of that tribe is gone. Because if there's no guy, who will be talking about the Ga people? Nobody will be talking about Ga people. And that is why we created the Bureau of National Language, that they have to promote the language. Now, we have 52 languages. They've able to develop only 11. Even the 11 is not even up to standard. They are still so many things to be done in the Asante tree, in the Enzima, in the Fanti, in the Dagate, there are so many languages. But even the literature, when they are reading the news, even the GBC, they used to do it in English. Then they have the Enzima, and they can't do for the others because we are not finding people to learn the indigenous language, so that even if you go to a school, it can be mandatory that okay, for this constituency, this is the language that we'll be using for some of the things, whether you like it or not. Even though English will still be used, but when it comes to the indigenous side, if you came from Kumasi to maybe Sekiswa, you have to learn the Krobo language, which helped because when I went to do my national service, they spoke Krobo. I didn't understand, but when I speak Chi, they understood. So you see that the typical Ghanaian is a polyglot. At least he can speak one or two languages. But for the typical Asante, it's either Chi or English. Even though you say that one is the person can speak at least two languages. But the typical Asante, apart from the English, he will not like to learn. But if you promote it and let him understand that it's a disadvantage to that person because everything is not about Kumasi. Maybe you might not live in Kumasi all your life. You might go to a place. So when I went to Krobo, they can discuss whether they are insulting me, whether they are praising me. I don't know. But whatever I say in Tree, they understand. And if a good English too is an official language, everybody understood English. So this is why we have the Ghana education. So I said that now we are not calling Ghana education anymore. I call it Ghana Schooling Service because a real education should be able to see all these things. And the article that I posted, was posted about 10 years ago. That's 2010. And they said that the Ghana language is dying. So just imagine, from 2010 to 2020, that's 10-year difference. How many people speak Ghana now? And not only Ghana, there are so many languages. If you go to the northern part of Ghana, their languages are even more than the language in the south. We have Kasini. We have so many languages. If you go to Ghana, where you see all these languages, about 52 of them. You mentioned the people look at you, that this language is really there. You see?
Yo, Mama, the substantive issue, no, so why? Not twice. Why? So language, no, me so say be firm keke. Why?
But you are asking of opinion, and he's talking about opinion. You know, language you use to express opinion.
Yeah? Mama, it's what we also mission now. Say, I'm a friend. So, Abi, the other now, person.
I said we use language to express opinion. So what you say is relevant.
I understand, but say, one say, I say, to kind of drive through no some continent honum, sir, and we are to our country, so Anna.
But smiling, so what do you see me, Anna?
That be, I feel okay, say, but
yeah, and I may catch Bombardier, sir, on twice, and I make tapioca, and I mean, Pesto will be the Ghana, but no, or correction, or say, I want tapioca. Na ya de beba na enye kokonta so ho enti eno ana na de befa mu keke but me wo adibi wa ha Bombardier every I just want to read it. It's quite interesting. I've never seen it. Maybe some of you may have, but Hitler or apparently he said before he died, well, see, Hitler said even in his death he will start World War III. One of his soldiers asked how. Hitler replied, the day mankind finds out what I was trying to defend this nation, Germany, from then, that's the day World War III will start. For on that day, mankind will learn that I was trying to save my nation from the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Jews. For if the Americans win the war, then they will conquer the world and forever be a slave to the Jews, and they will try to conquer God. Do you know who America has in his possession? No, said the soldier. No, the soldier replied. The Americans have the jewels of God. The Americans have God's precious jewels. What do you mean, his precious jewels? The soldier asked. Hitler said, America has stolen the Jews of God, his jewelry, the Negroes. They are the true Hebrews. just a point of interest. Somebody who's listening quietly somewhere sent this to me. I just thought I would share. Now, I don't know what you think of it. It's new to me, so I have to think a bit about it. But if someone has any ideas about what this really means, whether it is a problem, no, it will help the problem we're facing, us understand better what the problem we're facing now, or does it make it much more of a problem for us to deal with? If this was something that was true, assuming it was true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ana also no we no kasa na.
I think that was just before he died.
I see. Okay. All right.
Yeah. And it's part of something. The title says "Niggers Never Read." So one of these things that we never, we're not supposed to find out. That's one of the bro.
Okay. All right then. Yo, what's it?
Natapioka and Yokukunte. And I think so. Don't you think that a very nice to say? Yeah. Nobody say. Obi said, "Bibi said, Doku." Yeah. I see the bro to be a kinky. I propose so many kinky. Omunim I see a man bro to be yeah. To the document. Don't so they did not say it's called document. When who look at what kind of now no document. When who know the corrections well who am man found for none who sent here with so
but maybe Kenke is not in the dictionary. So
that's what I'm saying. So what's the point of giving it an English name when it's an African dish? It's called document.
Yeah, but it's not in the English dictionary. So it's still
English name they are saying English dictionary more na.
And to say I can't bro we say I ate Kenke. I ate document. Kenke is free.
Yeah, but maybe you are making a mistake. The document is the term for different somebody a tribe. You understand? But
is it okay?
Overall,
different names. Give it whatever the name. Document. What other names do we have? I don't know how this is called it. Whatever. Just say the African name that is called this. Some tribes call it that. That's it. But why give it a foreign name when it was made in Bubuashi or Teshi? I think that we go through, we bend backwards to try and satisfy all these people, and then that's why they continue to ride us, you see, as horses, because they've never brought something out, a new technology and taught about African languages. And let's give it an African name, a name in Africa. We call it a computer. How do we say that in Chi? And give it a Chi name, or a Swahili name, or a Ghana name, or Mampusi, whatever, or Yoruba name. We all have to accept computers. So that was the point I was trying to make to Prince, that he couldn't understand that point that I was trying to make, that why give it an English name? Just call it like Kwashiorkor. Give it the name of the origin, where it came from, wherever, and maintain that name. That way we don't lose some of our inventions. No. And one and I make to Prince Bombardier one to my say or the common one, some no.
The next issue, sir.
Papa, it is a character there, and then the bed meant to say, who catches Ubi di Kukunti na umpe bunch, now who be the bunch in name now also become one. It's in a character, see, practice what you preach, No, you said that praise another by saying, do what I say, but don't do what I do. And then no, Papa, no committee cannot be beautiful. Because away your mind in no budget and as what Kunku Sansan say, Benada Memo be and Kufu, that's will be what to say, no, way food, yeah, now is a coconut, no, I say, coconut, open and go for Namarintin was a undertaker, say, now Pataku already in a coconut, and Mammy Woo, na Pataku episode to coconuts, mammy, if no, not coconuts is the body. and I was a cuckoo cringe, Kaka, and you have to say to me, reducing Casabia, can say, or Bribisi, and no one Casawudiana, Obian will be serious, and only some of the districts you won in African leadership, no. So sometimes about international issues, I think George Floyd, they say, and the Obama say, and President Kofa, I can say, Kofa that can be Mahama came near there. So one got something no crown, swale, journalist swale, and undercover swale. You could be almost be a year, young one sent behind the and so that's Ghana, and so yeah, can't be the Obian workers in the demonstration, and that's what make a statement. It is, and these are some of the hypocrisy you can want some more. They be say, one eka Georgia, you know, I'm sure be me sure in Pacon, me who general she wants it here. A bit about kind. Papa Kai say, you can insult to I'm say 2 years, look at Zimbabwe, insult to Pairie. And Chidian as a France, the besides here, over the France, Oka Papa, Oka's background.
That's right.
Nengo for the Facebook no be na not face crab opa over to be France. Me say bibi say not to them. But in the see you say bibi say France. Sometimes no so for nipa be 10 times go was Zimbabwe baby. In so you for Botswana ba Zimbabwe na he obi no ye hashtag na wan he obi so etesa na we are hwehwenim e won say course na we ye na eye de. But the piano will be person who so character no and yen na bia wo be so you say the chameleon no why you green happy do so yellow esa na yes yellow dey bia na ka yellow na ye but esa say why you sign tin nkofo yen den jundi eno na to Paul e wo Bible no wo ye junior wo ye under chameleon no or persecute church no e do che person or such an adwen na be no bi engine ndi ye penekuno papa wo de hold on say me wodwum tie na o me frame sam ba
yate ye be hold on pa wate ye be hold on kama why ene Rasbi
papa
mama de
mami kaka mami kaka so no sanity you papa media de bia me kaka say ene Andra George Floyd me catch you say when say 2 in February you kun Ahmaud Aubrey
you kun there
when say you kun an African American fan Ahmaud Aubrey ono na no mo kan asem TV one and George Floyd and ebebe mu obi kwan say if it will be Ahmaud needing Ahmaud Aubrey two different places that make on once a month February, Ahmaud Aubrey, no African American, on neighborhood, and 2 white men, a papa in the back. Almost say, I didn't know you are one on which to on quite one year opportunity. I can't be on the one man can be to pay in the too much in a PP. And also, this is the video, and a buy, your coach papa, you know, and then I see a mom coach do video and say, they don't want to leave any chance. They because they no video kwano. Also, omunya na agree no person yes as a video na and they just will be a video be just be a good intention. They want to make sure say wow video no. What could you have done to help and now say be a video just for fun and this will be a person famous or Instagram ne one Twitter ne one Facebook the first person we go bit my ones now or shame and show for this is what you know so check video no
on the bomba there what some can say would they a brand here no say do not your all jogging and me boy on the yard and fatu me say on the we will post new obi be say one that was say oboy ho ban ana why this why sad we say so we say so they say a citizen
baby papa who is your neighbor
say everyone is your neighbor even your trees are your neighbors
it's the civilian he also has a role to play and yes say be police and then America just say there are some people who are pissed about what's going on no and yes they disagree with the protestation they also know but they are saying say they one African Americans no they are being selective. Since the Black Lives Matter, when you say a whole association will be at the end of my hijacking, I was some of the politics are very room. And if you go over what I'm doing my own summarization. I sympathize with what is going on, but I'm not going to go to the street and protest and whatever, because if you more take advantage of more no man saying pata. Me see Ahmad Aubrey. No papa will be able to 3 minutes 1 day your boat pay what man no so there you I can't breathe plan there at least no otimika sama will be going say dey na ekoso eno no be an street you papa na police ekuni pa neighborhood in ko ekuni pa who dey na dozo so uko me kan say ha no ye bebi me metene ejesa be ka che ye liberty before na yina ha no omo na New York e ba ko say yina omo no omo na the Yankees omo ti ba uko sa to a un neighborhood ko ni ko ye ku omo black say ye ku omo eto abontin e do so crossing say police ni ko ye say police ni we ya mo bi ehu na neighborhood no un de ko so o jogi we dey ten you George Floyd then yes we use force check okoto ade na oyisu force $20 and odo call convenience store na convenience store dey be fake and o call policeman no and o munso to na kokoro no but we dey wonya hwe wo jogi neighborhood so nyese bi on to any neighborhood na se bi ma kwa bati me jogi na obonia voice ade na wo jogi neighborhood na o won't be to pay. Look at the two scenarios. At least at least the say for the report they can can say at least no there was some error on the part of George Floyd. So what could you say? I know most checking is a fake, but it doesn't it doesn't fit the crime. So I say what you fake checking no ubekuno. But when you jog you won't call say American case want me could be never jog you but could be a jog or joggy or akwane ne balance added no jog or neighborhood or much to abon the so it's papa mean yet you and no maybe where and go over the TV sir so yes on sir Mr. Sama or I'm over some can and co says hey na say am robi dey say obi an yen say na mangasta no mo African Americans wo munum dem o so moka and na say obi su ka say 4 police guys no search obi no ye den dey call second degree murder third 4 point say you say 3 whites a 2 whites 1 a half caste and a 1 Asian omunyina ye Asian American biracial American and a 2 whites and I show in the end the second degree murder and then ko say second degree murder so man show you cry so man manslaughter no because where you cry na you know they have been charged but not convicted. It can take so many years to be a tana now want to prosecute all the over here papa state examiner no George Floyd you know almost say he didn't die of asphyxiation and you say you know like home or cause I can't breathe not just body so want me home test and so corona for coronavirus corona mom as a pathologist check George Floyd no state examiner of Minnesota no or say akwane who of asphyxiation and families go for independent pathologist so uncle pai George Floyd no mo say he died of asphyxiation and then I say ko jury na any part of court na ho na e ho na obi hu. So one ability the state can never be wrong. Obviously the state can be wrong because also we can be a private you know. You said that could just come and say on the anchor say you know up in your comfort you could you know in the lungs X-ray why because be transport so papa be ni part of na agree say cop no what for no papa mean can say impossible but highly improbable. And who say shall say nko for say first degree but first degree ni say you more president so but say premeditated say a cops no almost sorry no pano no more imagine that kwase omeku obibini anazo omeku George Floyd and it don't man ko first degree ko be bring after na endra CNN MMC pon you omu cheche law so this one share ya muhumi we no go for say any intention say you see the wheel of justice no it grinds slowly. People penitent papa obisi de be nyom munti de na ye be escape obi de obi so try be 5 years ni ye ndi na sem ye nti ye pon de question enti na you know call second degree no second degree say it is not premeditated by intentional just say in the heat of the moment no so set up a cops no call you know omni George Floyd yeah you are na kwane etia ne neck no and I want to be home and no person mu jira so no and no so mu charge omo a they can be in prison for like at least 40 years. But how to prove that, and then yes, because we got to know in the Juma. And in Kofoka Senka, since you are a debate, manslaughter, and they almost guarantee manslaughter. Nature say, work in panel, and say mistake, we say intentional and Bakun, and I'm here into Wuye. And know that at least no mania from 8 to 10 years. And Papa, Adana me my history, who can be who supported Bibi. Let me say, be constitutional, set Bia Americano. Papa, if you have behind Diana, Ubia or so the country state Bian and Mao and Rebuha, yes, over Connecticut, across these 10 years. Obit my wife, obit my sex, Uko baby, so I said, they also this 17, 18, into Bua to California, or Penisibi, or Penayasa, or break. No, Tateno. Won't mean 18 years and Wafaka and a plane or ban Connecticut or breaking virginity, no can be hand and bottom. I see. Also, this week is Sanity.
You, somebody,
continental. And Papa, media, media, I deal with character of the person. Me, funny thing, them could blend the moon and young. The wee chairman, and I mean, the make me say before you me say mo kunya me da supi
yo na je say o de onfa stereotypes nya adwuma kase me wa mambari we okay all right and one waka no o se won fa ni nyina ngu kwansen krum na onka se obroni bi anye onfa ni nyina ngu kwansen krum na onka se bibini bi anye yentie capito nso e na ono nso emayehu na dwenkyere ewo ho ono so or the stereotypes adwuma kakra na at what point ana stereotypes obetime use no progressively abi obeka ho asem the progressive use of stereotypes obeka ho asem but before that no yema capito akwaba na ono so enkyere na adwene ewo ho capito akwaba
eja bujuso mi chebu safo ina wa
obi aje odo ate obi aje odo
amen
na
da my brother obakese sisi oya fireman na
oya fine pa oya fine
fireman
ada bi we Prince the Bombardier
Bombardier also the dangerous one it's a soldier isn't it? These people were dangerous people but he's welcome when him first I was listening carefully we show more I did quite obviously or a first degree case but we fit say and go straight to first degree then I believe the case will progress into one of a first degree because the background to the whole thing is that unim say akwano unim papa no unim Floyd George Floyd already.
That's right.
He knows him personally. When na yedmeda.
What na yedma, but that's to say he knows him personally, no. And
obviously, I mean that he see him before. He knows him. You know, now we yedma the same place. But it seems, according to some report I had, they had a bit of a beef between them during the time they were all working in the same facility. That is fine. And you onim no. At least onim I just say it's just hobby. Onim no. Well, there are experiences we have here. Uko kan baby ebi ntiwase. Racism the complete. Most of us, especially myself, I've experienced it before. Going back, 1983 to 4, the police would stop me. Very early in the morning, police would stop me. One man, one woman, they stopped me. Now me call me sister fee. No, me some me call him. No, me said, listen. No, me said, why there will be some question? Just because we have divinity. One casa. Also, there was a crime reported in this area. That is why they are here. And I said, well, I'm going to my sister on the top of the hill. If you like, come on, take me there. Let's go. Now they found that I was very polite with them, so there was no point to struggle or arrest or whatever. Then I went because I did ask them politely, why have you stopped me? You know, now I say Chronivia Kosu in this area because I look black, so I fit in. Oh, fine. So they went off. They let me off, or God knows what, and they went away. In college, I would write an essay. A friend of mine is a pure white English guy. A very close friend of mine. On the work no. But Monday, so one for work now, you got 0 in front of you. Your whatever, your records. So my friend will ask me, one time or several times, I give my homework to him. He goes up to the library upstairs, photocopy, and give my work to me, whether it's economics or economics history or stuff like that. Then I deliver it to the lecturer. You know what he tells the lecturer? I say, we're Jennifer and Kofaba. Or go to the library or no copy or wherever it's no copy is the job. When I get 14 out of 20, he gets 17 out of 20. The same word to word. Madam Fu, I say, oh, nah, come on, this couldn't be right. So, well, I mean, maybe you are lucky, minimum, but me embarrassing until me because it's racism. It is. I have observed it. I've experienced with it. I work with it, and I've worked with it. No problem up to now. No problem. Before you start, I know where you're coming from, because they know you are black. Oh, it's cold, isn't it? Them say, oh, no, come on, this is not good. And when it was my stand here in the West Midlands in those times, now bring it as a Bissau, where bus stop or anywhere. No, it's not good at all. So what do you mean, Mr. Nambisa? Have you been to the Soviet Union before? I say no, oh, this is small. Soviet Union is minus 29. Nobody's complaining. But this is just minus 10 in the West Midlands or in the UK. It's not a big deal because, one, when you say, oh, you're black. Number two, when you say, oh, Kappa, what can I say is cold. I was not shaking. On Mama wasn't. No, I wasn't to me. So, we have all observed these things before. So, moving on, Aquano or a racist, you can't prove it. Oh, no, you must say, on WhatsApp. Racist. No, it's a count. It's a guy, at that time. In my own estimation, time on he had a beef, between the two, and they went their ways. But unfortunately, this guy lost his job because of the coronavirus. But the stupid thing he did, in my estimation, is that you see, offensive counterfeit, was shopping at the because he's a giant. God knows whether he's 7 foot tall or what. He's a very tall guy.
That's right.
So, until to me, or brushing the guy aside. But in fact, if he had gone to maybe a big shopper like Safeways or whatever, Morrison's and all that, you couldn't have gotten away with that. But this is a small corner shop. The police is with impunity, your brother, just around. That's why the tension started built in the policeman. No, naturally, he was adamant not even to come out of the car. I believe be a bit of altercation or persuasion before they dragged him out of the vehicle. So, something as bitterness has built up already. That is why they treated him the way it is. But that was wrong. We could all see, the whole world are witnesses to that. Even in Ghana, now for the bad television, so we all see now there. Now. Until we catch him, wife say, oh, so one of the places also a Chinese, so he's looking God. God knows why. I was expecting that gentleman, that police colleague, to say, oh, my friend, stop, you are going to kill him. No. In the meantime, the two other people, they were busily pressing this guy to the ground, and the guy now, the top killer, he was busy pressing his neck until the guy dies. So it's established that there was a clear intention to kill the guy because there was no point. You have handcuffed this guy, so he's not a threat, honestly, not even to a fly. Because one could be beer. So come on. There's a clear intention, but then we need an articulated solicitors or barristers or whatnot to drive us into that situation. Yeah, a second degree murder is a joke. definitely first degree, because the guy himself or the police, the 4 police, they were acting together. The fact that they were in a group and none of them could say, my friend, stop, not to say the complicity in crime. It's going to be a very, very interesting test case, because the first time I went to court in my life was maybe about 10 years or 11. Then this happened in Takwa, the first time I ever went to court. Now, there was a miners' strike in Pristia, Takwa area, Pristia, miners' strike. Near Kum police nibi. Now, one of the killers is known to a woman who was about 8 months pregnant. And this 8-month pregnant lady, she testified there, yes, so this particular person, daddy ebonitim no kuno. They brought the case to Takwa court. They asked the pregnant woman, they said, no, Gina, how far were you standing? Was it 200 yards away at that time? 200 yards away. And moreover, she was pregnant. And secondly, the people around the area, minor strike, they made me who be Takwa. So minor strike about also would with them. Because we could daddy and Yama Baby, no, the street more, both in Takwa or in Pristia. So, what strong men cry when we join, who, Mamma, 8 months pregnant, we are so brave to stand there and witness. Now, you know what? She said made one statement. That one statement, and he said, I saw that man with a mark on his left cheek. Now, sir, in people for say, woman marks, you say, a letter for the woman, this one is tiny. Just because the woman knows that guy personally, So when they went to the court, it happened that the magistrate or the judge himself was a Northerner from Ghana or a Northerner. Then the lawyer, or a mebush and interim case, teacher means I used to be a school teacher, not by law. How no, or defended 11, they arrested 11 miners from Pristia gold mines. 11. No, they paraded all of them there. And so the solicitor, judge said, the woman says she stood 200 yards away from there. She could see a mark on that man's face. No, sir, excuse me, but from where you are sitting, it's about just less than 12 feet, maybe less than 4 or 5 yards apart. No, even the judge said, no, I'm surprised. I couldn't even see a mark on this man's face. But a pregnant woman standing 200 yards away could see that or no, now minus no, woman case no. So going forward, sir, Papa, you see, guy already, he definitely has got some beef. That's the level of premeditation a proper lawyer will use or capitalize on. At least pen. Yes, the brother. So this is Papa Smile. That's what I have to say.
Okay.
So the case is going to be very, very interesting test case for the whole world, not just USA.
All right then. Thank you very much, Capito. Now, my name is what you know, say, Kofi Adoma Wangwani, right? Now, just before your man Penny, my speech on relaxing the lockdown measures, Kofi Adoma Wangwani predicted, and I says, okay, can say my president Bekenya chair. Measures nina trade obekanyina ampa so ya boade ne kire no the no pepe ana president kan ya manintino CID 4 ekofa Kofi Adoma Wangwani wo mututu na no kakra na enya bia dia na hu wasa de ewe hu
say the level of our professionalism, even in journalism and all that, it's very low. I've got 2 examples. Our own brother, Mr. Kevin Taylor, or America. Now, our own brother or Master Kennedy, Japan, or Ghana. Then a woman cases, it's all insider dealing, insider information. It's not surprising. when you say Mr. Dumone, anything at all, because in this world, it's a very different world now. Tap is now all tap information from Jubilee House. No, dear Mr. Duma. Mr. Kevin Taylor, America, or no. Ghana, nipa da say na all the information man. PDS he was not part of the negotiations of the team. How has he got to know? You know what I mean? We should not be surprised. I wouldn't even call it just investigative journalism, but Canada, Japan, fear need information abroad. Until Obinim now all these messes are taking place. Nobody can dispute that. No judges will ask Mr. Japan, how did you get information? In Kebia, Obaka. Until Mr. Adamasa, it tap is not what Mr. Nanado in office. No, on mum no say, it's internal matter. It shouldn't be externalized. That's how Ghana is a funny place. Mr. Nanu Kufa Dinagas or a lawyer. Or a lawyer also. All these doctors say, Madam, don't let us take this serious. Because in this world, anything can happen. Even your wife who cry here, who went to you, put me the information be out. Mubwa. Go out. Go out. So I'll burn your wife will call putting me about you. As a joke, you know what I mean? Inside information, you're outside that. Outside they don't if you will be. Until your home about no one near or money I catch no Salamaka. You also James Adumama who go about his political antics, now do so on your Juma.
Oh, you and yet happy to.
Now some claim be some.
Yana Supreme Court, Diana.
That be Rollins.
June for.
Papa said, but don't worry about that. 41 years ago. No, you are not alive. That's no offense. You are not alive.
Well, but I was still around.
Hey, this is okay. What I say. But Mr. Ron is not buying. Look at what he did 41 years ago. Now, the question I've been asking other people is that, and somehow, of course, let's say this fourth Republican era, it was in there. The things that have happened, let's say about corruption and all that, do we think it would have taken place during the harsh times of AFRC? And as the AFRC, the harsh treatment, we would bonk of food straight away. So the PNDC terms, so look at that. But I think AFRC is the most important. 41 years ago, and some of course PDS country in Kababaswa, Papa Smari, impossible. In Kambaso, in Kawoyomi, Embaso. Because is it Commander Medume or Utuka, one of these military officers? 50 cities loan, Wabanko, or whatever. Yabone Tukuno. He signed for it. Because the charge is that he used his office or his public position to do that. What are we seeing today? The same Rollins has told us that Ufosu, that guy, deputy minister, Ufosu something, Ufosu Kwachi, what to talk 2 massive flats, several million dollars. Oh, no, free. So Rollins time ma, and embassy, Boboni too. 41 years ago, my goodness me, Ghana has changed a lot. I hope I'm making a point.
Yeah,
I don't like Rollins because you see no principles, he has not followed that. He told us that he will live in the barracks forever or God knows what. Then I said to my sister, it's not possible. But then, on Kosubo account, on instantly. It is a year, you see, Kosubo Chokran, vice presidential candidate. I disagree. I disagree because he was the main advisor to Katapala, Rollins, and all those guys. So today is a special day to think about this and let us ask ourselves as Ghanaians say, the things that are going on, would it have happened in today's Ghana? And Mr. Rollins himself, right now is a multi-millionaire. Honestly, the same member no able to me actually no say abone too. The wife, a jewelry shop over Switzerland, and was a one wife to come home. We also was in the person the best to be the president of Ghana. It's not a sick place. That money be see her. The back on Sumpo or person to be the vice presidential candidate. Okay,
I see. How
on how you know them. On how but oh you bufu.
Okay, all right. Yo, I say Abe person or can't say me. We say Nanka Abe and I'm hunting. I'm in person. Me bodjun for cry so.
Oh, but also, but due for many years. If you can't answer you before you forget. Satam no name ya wild. Name ya wild. I will groom her. I runs me minimum. Or by name you want to make because I belong to International Students Organization, Afro-Caribbean Students Organization. And that day, I never knew there was a coup d'etat in Ghana. Then were two of my friends, one from Uganda, one from West Indies. We always had political agenda. Now the way I was reacting and mentioning names, I was a champion time. Let me see now all these things are wrong. And let me see. I say big panobu to two me now. The book also kunwe. Microphone case also kunwe na. I tell you, I put in Africa. I put in a champion. So we bobo did bakum. So microphone. Bueno, okay, I'm saying Rollins, but your friend Shakespeare. I was Indian guy in the West Midlands. All no catch him. That those days there was no mobile phone. Purpose my they would mean say no would be, but I mean the name be which I say. The coin box or home flat. The boy new phone me say, oh, I could be a Ghana. Or be say you know your librarian mail to take over. Your friend Rollins now. Also, free Cape Coast Central region. Say some microphone. Abrofudian or Mepe. No winning no so. In fact, minimum. It be our way of fanting in a minimum da. Oh no, catch me. Also, but you said the people are who didn't say almost all of them in you see you shoot him almost. That guy told me said there's a coup in Ghana. Nyame. Also, I'm Ghanaian. So it was very interesting.
Okay. All right then. Kabito, yebedo ase na ansa na mema abe mu no. Mse oba no sha say about racism ho asem, right? Would you say all whites are racist?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. I've got a lot of I've got a family. I've got friends who are white, who are English, Americans. They are not all of them are racist, not at all. And then so no be because of me. In my Englishman's no and so no because he sees how I am. No Ghana for so Ghana for any papanifu around Croydon and all that. No can say Ghana ni bia nim Ekiti also. What you say? No the time was seeing also Ghana. Me children who crowd Takradi Trotro station Kwan Wakafa Trotro Kwa de Kotakwa. He went to Takwa because he was interested in a girl from Takwa, me mate be. Now my church and Kwan also faso. To acquire a quan fee or ban fee or ban this or West Midlands or Quan fee say, okay, and what the son of my children. Oh, yeah, Abrofu, oh, that be you me now. Now, yeah, mommy more racist than Abrofu, Papa Smiley, Mr. Me. Yes, we racist cry. I remember me count. Papa don't pen was a mammy count. What I say? Yeah, we form home. We are in Southern Ghana. Asante for count, Fanti for count. Yeah, other you see friend a tenny, for friend. Near Boom, so we ain't power.
Another man didn't fufro.
Was he?
And a man didn't fufro.
He didn't fufro than put your minimum.
And then the travelers and then you.
Oh, that bill, we are racist. To be honest with you, racist is seriously. They're not necessarily tough for a woman about Southern Ghana. They come and lay back Kaya Funo. Kaya Funo who Fantini Boy Kayan. Minima Santini Boy Kayan. Nanka friend Kayaye, which I say, I have to be quite honest with you. I mean, we got one man with Mami Penasam, Bibiana Mami Asmano. He was part of our family. My mom cooks and give easy food. They call him easy food. Nice guy, be. I'm paying for a year upon a miracle. Me care man a miracle. Me am if you house boys, Takradi, Kanishi Nadina, house boys, Mofa, house boys, Abanga, na Fafafu. It's me bad. I mean, Africa can be so God, man. We've done bad. My own family account. How many of us in Southern Ghana say be preferring? Can you see will be or rich? You will be or your friend houseboy. What I say? Your houseboy. I mean, I regret. I always pray. I hope to see these people. Umi fi no Bolgatanga Abanga Sophie Bolgatanga. No, my bad. God knows how they came to Takrady. And how they came to Accra. One back class on market and Nima. I know all these things. I know this is very serious. It's racist, but Fantinia and Seppi, no, I carry Fantinia and Santini, excuse me, or carry a toilet on his head. That'd be Frafafuya. So I'm protecting you,
they all kind of their own, but I said. And then there's an American and it would be fufro, so them sure.
Is it fufro no minimum?
What I send you on a tribalism and what
a tribalism racism the same. Young Kofna number 9 for Malamo Damphobia do this in the phone number 9, those from Volta region. One in Gino in command in here, only Bapan will be changing language, you know. No, we don't know if they are talking about you. I know, you know what I mean. But it's all the same thing. Tribalism is also racism. Seriously, because you don't know what they're talking about you.
Okay, all right then. Kabito, so and some of our compose we know. I hope so. Wow, because canons are about so no canons kitwa. What it?
You.
Into the boy hope. Abe.
Yeah, I was smiling.
Yeah.
Is it Mr. Kitty Yosin?
Kitty Yosin. You mean that?
Yes, please.
Mr. Yossi, my regards to you.
Good evening, sir.
I've enjoyed some of your presentations.
Oh, Chief, thank you, sir.
I know you have. I mean, if you see a proper Ghanaian, you know that we don't appreciate that level of discrimination. I mean, tribalism, which normally goes on.
Yes, that's right.
To correct one thing. The word kaya you.
Yes.
Or the kaya in Ghana means somebody who is helping somebody. You understand? We say, you know, those days when we were growing up, you want to go and do some menial job to supplement the money you have or to make you survive. So we say, oh, Charlie, why kaya no balo something. But when these people moved into the markets, because you know our markets, there were nothing like people were pulling trucks and so on to cart goods from one store to another.
To another, absolutely.
Those who cannot afford those trucks and so on carry it on their head.
Yeah.
And eventually it turned out to be, because I used to go to Makola, the one rolling demolition, Makola number 1.
Yes.
I think eventually demolish all the two, number 1, number 2, he finish all of them. But I used to go to market with my mom to Damakola. So when they buy things so and they cannot carry it all, they say, oh, call any of the Kaya people.
Kaya people, they come and carry.
Exactly. Eventually, because of the nature of our society, most of the people turn out to become women. You know, in our part of the world, it is women who try to, sustain the family.
Yes.
Then with time, when the economic development became disproportionate in the regions, people from the north started coming down to improve themselves, like how we come here. You understand? So when they came, they couldn't understand the language, they couldn't understand the culture. So the obvious place to go is just go and walk around and get somebody sending. When I was growing up in Accra, especially the men, most of them, they are called Atia.
Yes,
we used to call them Atia. That is why A.B. Clinton played that song.
Yes,
you understand?
Yes.
Most of to make life easier, they say, "Oh, I'm called Atia and this." And in front of my house, we used to have one guy who used to sell chichinga those days. Very slim, tall, lanky guy like that. But he was very helpful. Everybody liked him. And he was selling at a drinking spot, which was a very popular drinking spot. They are very nice people. But the point is, the Kaya phenomenon is a result of economic mismanagement in our part of the world. You understand? I don't think we despise Northerners. Look, one of the
no, excuse me. Thank you very much. My God, no, we didn't. But I think what happened was that in those days, our brothers and sisters from the north, the only way they will be prosperous is to come down south. They go to Ashanti region first, and they find their way to other regions, Volta, Central, and all that. Great stuff. But one thing I find that, look, they tell them that if you don't come to the south to work and buy a bicycle, you will never get a woman to marry up there. So I remember they come and work in gold mines in Takwa. They do underground gold mines. You get money, buy bicycle, at least. So if you haven't got a bicycle, women to you. So it was part of it. That's why we say go there, you see a lot of them riding on bicycles. So please continue.
Yeah, so because of the economic disproportionality,
yes,
that is why they thrown to the south. And eventually, because most of them didn't go to school, there were not many clerical jobs. Even people in the south at the time, at this moment, are struggling. So the quickest way for them to be absorbed into the society is to go to the market and go and do whatever job they will get. So if our country is properly being managed, the various governments should have seen that this is becoming a phenomenon which is not helping us. So they come out with economic measures to address the situation.
Yeah.
You understand? But look, Dr. Hina Liman was beloved by every Ghanaian. You understand? Nobody said, "Oh, Liman is enough." Those undertones, tribal undertones, are there. But it is their own fellow Northerners who have caused them to be what they are doing. We don't like it because they are human beings like us. But people who claim to be politicians are benefiting at the expense of these people. They use them as tools. Look, one example. I'm not a fan of it, but it makes life entertaining. One example I give as integrated person is Buko Mbanku. You understand? If you see, recently I saw one Northern girl. Look, the girl speaks because she lives at Buko, like Buko Mbanku. Buko Mbanku is so integrated. This is how we should all integrate in our societies. When you see Buko Mbanku, nobody tells you Buko Mbanku is a Northerner.
Yeah,
because
I never realized. I thought he was from Jamestown.
Yeah, his behavior and acculturation is more than a typical guy.
Oh, I'm impressed. I am impressed.
You understand? Yes, it's called Brahma Kimoko or something.
Okay, all right.
You understand? He's purely a coach. I mean, if they don't tell you where he comes from, you think he's a guy. He's not a guy.
Honest to God, you are right. You're perfectly right.
You understand? And the Northerners, they used to carry this. You know, in Kuma, and where I grew up in Accra, Zongo Junction, in Kuma brought those people carrying the sheets and so on from Liberia. That is why we call them crew. They came from crew, part of, I think, Liberia or Sierra Leone, to come and do the work. And Nkrumah built estates for them. So where I grew up, we have, we call it Town Council Line. That is where they are all based.
Town Council Line.
Nice houses for them. Just to integrate them into the society. But all these things have been sidelined. You understand? We don't think, and I was very happy you made mention of Rollins. Look, all the mess we are living through now is caused by that so-called revolution. And I was disappointed and surprised that you said you were here and you were hailing it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please don't get me wrong, because I came here, I mean, in those days, when we had serious discussions, Then I said, what is happening in Ghana? It's not good. I tell you what, before Acheampong was removed, we met in Birmingham, Holiday Inn Hotel, Ghana Union. At that time, I was Ghana Union Assistant Secretary in the West Midlands. Then some officials came from Ghana Embassy and with the people from Ghana. Some of them illiterates and whatnot. They came, they were talking about Unigov, and I stood up. That's why I realized that, hey, I could be another brutal guy. I stood up, and the Major Asante, he was the Ghana High Commissioner at that time. I stood up and denounced Acheampong and all of them, and I finished the meeting. We had to stop the meeting because of me. I condemned them, the law. They should go back to where they come from. There's no way it must be Unigov, union government. I said, no. It shouldn't be. So I remember. I was very active.
So you didn't like Acheampong and their regime?
Yeah. Acheampong was calling for Unigov. I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. I believe. I'm a conventional CPP boy, but I was not conventional. Still, I'm not conventional because I don't do things because it's got to be done this way. I always believe there's another way of doing the same thing.
Okay.
So I remember.
But let me come in. Look, well, Acheampong, I don't know, was at the time trying to embrace a different political mindset and so forth. But that does not justify what Rawlings came to do.
At all.
You understand? Look, yesterday, Papa Smiley, either you or somebody, I was asking, Mr. Kitiosi, when was the last time you went to Ghana?
The last time I went to Ghana was March 2019 to bury a sister. I took a sister from...
Do you ever know those 6 people Rawlings killed? Do you know their houses in Ghana? I don't know Acheampong's. I've not seen Acheampong's house in Accra. Maybe he didn't build a house in Accra. Do you know any of the houses?
No, but I understand that they are free far and Acheampong. They come from Ashanti Mampong. They have made their villages or towns smarter than used to be.
But
that's
you know their houses?
I don't know their houses.
At least I know Buzia's house in Accra.
No, these guys, I don't think they built in Accra.
Do you know the number of houses these Rawlings have got in Ghana?
He's got a posh house in Accra. Close to where Dr. Indom lives, rich. I've seen his house, but I've not gone inside.
Exactly.
Yes.
And he's got one at Adiri, Ghana. Adiri, unfortunately, the name is supposed to be Adiri Ghana, not Ghana, but that is what is happening. But he's got a house there, and he's got mansions in the Volta region. This is somebody who came and told us that our hospitals were like cemeteries.
Yes.
And that if he fails, we should hold him accountable. So he
have made that argument before. Yes, I said we don't need his blood. We want him to do a good job. We don't need his blood for anything. And in fact, I never recognized him as a 100% Ghanaian because growing up, I was told.
Mr. I'm coming. This is somebody who came to sell a very wicked idea to Ghanaians. And now we are living, the remnants of what he left behind is the NDC that we are living through.
Yes.
I was happy that you mentioned Kosiboki. These were people who claimed to be intellectuals, including Indum. Indum led the divestiture implementation committee. And you know what happened? These people never left any good administrative system for the country. They all abuse their positions for their own personal gains. And now we are living through it. Some of them is come back to bite them. So we don't sympathize with anybody. You understand? Okay. They came to sell all the properties Ghana has instead of ensuring that they were well managed.
All right, Abby.
They sold it and shared the money.
Yo, Abby, thank you very much. Kapito, remember what happened to Kakra? Why?
Abi kura was a miracle to know no oya phone kakra.
Oya day.
Oya phone kakra. Fancy for oya phone. Eko keep question was a kawan no pardon, pero kana no pardon kakra.
Okay.
Just I say, Abi the media out I say, Abi uno shishi. No name yo no shishi.
Yo, any
on chasi.
No, you are not shishi. It was shishi. You never hire me.
What you say?
Nasa Capito on kind of thing kind of.
That is why he's telling me.
Oh, Capito, the okay, say a young cry.
Eh, share me. Let me take connection, son. Me book room.
You, yati, why? Na yenti always on phone so kakra. I was on phone, Bamaso.
I drink us here, Papa.
Come
to say.
Namia no boko na ebusuafo nyina ho ye de.
Obo adia daruma na nanuma bosom brutu abosom na daruma nti. Boni bia ni yakwam. Ho ye. Se wo so ho ye.
Yensu ye ho ye pa se new one ono so o peki afa.
Ai mi na na no kwa benaba mfro obosomfo kwa benaba mfro no no. Ho ye.
I see. Oh, bosomfo.
Unza mina na bamfro kwa na bamfro na oyo bosomfo kase pa nti. Manya nikra. That ban na minim say.
Ono wana aba no.
Papa emre bi kra o ka say reincarnation yem brambe di hu nkomo.
Assignments non family. So
adinti na amafo ntimi mama breso o mo kasa na feed o mo ntimi kasa. So assignment na no na
assignment because senka reincarnation ni hono ma nanka life we jalu who's bebre e wo ho because obi betimi edin semoni bi sa na we nya ho akatua na odi ewu so na wanza maybe on hale betu asa adwuma na ho ka what you say
na say bia so your crapper
when nya ade na so mfaso e wa hasisi a so unless say we be ka jam say heaven upon some dem no ho de so what you say
any ho bibia say
ni ho nti ya na ye na fa assignment na bra why ye na fa assignment na bra why
bi chia bi ja format onupa abenka na ye
Capito.
Ai. Nze bombardia so.
Mezi eche opa o.
Capito meje so na umpo mutu sai.
Yes sir.
Na o can be fact we convention also onye conventional and I say we CPP ba on
we CPP ni but I'm not conventional in my attitude and all that, you know, because me here near because the people do it that way. Convention People's Party, they move in one direction. Media, I really moved in different direction. I always want to ask why certain things are this, because maybe some mamisa hina no boy yakupana. Also nisa mibisa. I was about 6. Na free mko Sunday school mko bisa master no so. Also mama me adam for. Also oni se bisa asam no boka cha mama me. Say wa kwada no sa question no bisa. Me so me a kid, I have to know. Now
but and just said they were failing to tell you. They didn't know.
No, they told me, they trained me that anybody or your penny soon, you have to respect him. So my cousin, be a friend, and he was about 7 years older than me. Then be no so Charlie Chaplain no Boya coupon. At least I was happy. No, Papa Smiles, who named Charlie Chaplain. No, okay. Na church chaplain so here na bono no so on the earth rolled itself into church chaplain. Me say okay now here's no boy earth no so for the master wa see why fed up with me so at least me po boy yakupon church chaplain.
Yeah. Why you got the wisdom at that earlier age.
Because when you're asking questions into what could be out some wakoda bia bisa question misra wa bomodia chechirim chire kids are not stupid o because no wo mitrim akoda bisa o say we mbona no san area and they suppress us so we cannot go ana papa personally wo
no Capito no ati
amen
na we debate ya coach dream
na ya fan tu coach dream
Rollins and say papa emre me catch o say me say if you any serious government or a bit disciplined, Rollins should not be working a free man. If we it looked like say we've not had any fine leader after Rollins. That's why he's moving. I think J. Kufuor played a role a bit. Or YBB or to an amoka crazy, but I mean say Ankwan Kusi. send ye cano. And to me, I'm concluding at least what exhibit be big kakra or trip be big kakra. But when to me, I'm young and incipient, my name say be due to some influence, be a nabibisa. Because me could see and some Americans say if Ghana has had find a true leader, Rawlings should not be walking a free man, because we all know the evils that he has done. Papa, and yeah, Rawlings and maybe all Kasafa constitution, no. Maybe people can get that information from internet. Or criticizing the constitution of Ghana. Papa Meboa, because
he signed it.
Nti me bisa wa say me say wo frɛ me say me mbra wo fie na me ba ye wano aduane na wa mama ti ase say aduane a wano ye the best aduane ye wankasa wo sanu adwuma wo sanu aduane a eye aduane a eye de wato sa frɛ me na ana me kra na me mummi ye ne say me mummu na mato sa frɛ wo say bra bi didi wo ba aduane ma chose aduane ye de wo so define wo say de ye di aduane wie na fe makachira wo say aduane no me di eduboni egu poison egu nti ye nche ebia wa uni me bia bisi. I should not be a free person after letting you know say ma contaminate and ma poison aduane no, and I said there is something wrong with aduane na me no ayena. Initially now I made you to believe say it's the best thing, it's the best weapon, and this is the same constitution now. AD Ghana for a President Biobiano onam so edi to the namo and as odi juma, and we all know all these things. And Rawlings minim I can only say he's a root cause of the political indiscipline that we have currently in Ghana, and there is obia a witness to the indiscipline in our politics today, right from the leadership to the bottom, from presidency to the party level. Rawlings there, he has not medium achievement. I don't see anything good in him, that man, honestly. Politically, maybe I have to know him outside politics to know the good things in him, but politically there, he is not fit for purpose. And like I said, if we've got any fine leader who are able to analyze the harm Rawlings has caused us politically now, he should not be a free man. Not even could rule a celebrity June for trying to justify it. You know, they even say, Capital is 79 and I say 81.
It's 79 or you couldn't be 79.
In say somewhere now, Madame Mammy, you yeah. Bosom 79, June 79. I was June, and I say I was just 5 months away to be born.
Wow, sure. That's I know you were a ghost to crowd.
I was in there, not me. Because I was born in.
It's very interesting.
No, did I say no? I didn't. No, it's 79. I was rather born in 1980. Yeah, 89 in the crowd. Yeah, I was not even born
yet. Literary children are young.
But when we look currently, because we passed through the foundation he has laid down.
Yes.
When you back and you analyze what sort of foundation did this man leave now, it's clear for me. Like I said, I was not there for when he was doing all this, but he has laid a foundation, and I've passed through that foundation. And that foundation is still that holding the building, the structure, the political structure of Ghana. And we can all see that it's shaking.
I don't stop you. No mistakes, no, yeah, no. I mean, I've observed all military coup d'etats from Nigeria to Ghana. That is fine. Now, Unkofo military coup, yes, soldier for no year. Civilians is teaching in the way, dear. No civilians be on teaching as such. Now, Professor, whether as a man who come here, Kuchibuchi, ever from. But we share the Kuna 82 Kwame Kumano. Professor Kofi Abdul say perfectly fine. That was perfectly fine. He was the man behind them because Lieutenant General J.A. Ankra and Mr. And even Afrifa Sebi, Brofukasa woman as such. When they are very good soldiers. So, into Busia no planning from UK, the US and all that, no plan amalgamated funds. No, they tell me there's nothing wrong with that. Sani, you know, into one year cool speeches are on my inadina. It's written by Busia and his people. Aram Ponsana, Olenu, and the big people in Ghana. Sani organizing. The way they came without a plan up to now. Rollins, but I was say,
yeah, to also meet you.
Up to now, Mr. Rollins, I expected to see a book written by him there, why I did it and all that. Up to now, to meet your book, which is sad. So, he had no plan. He had no plan.
What do you want to look right now? I personally even think say the democratic rule no cry was worse than the military rule. No, maybe people haven't, but if there's time now, we can go deeply into this.
But that's very interesting.
And that is what I have. That is what I have witnessed.
He got it wrong because
he used that tenor to cause more damage to Ghana than even that way now.
As you are there, no. Me no catch you say oba so na me oba I mean up to now me who need that I haven't seen him personally. No. I was not there when he came. That is fine. Then Crawford gone figure na backroom handy. I saw a lot of them here in the UK or London. Some of them have not gone back just in case another Rollins came back again. Because of obviously bad things they did from their workplaces, you know. Presbyterian bishop meaning meaning bank managers, meaning professors and stuff like that, bank clerks and all that. Because of Papa no true. I want to say now, come on, man, that's good. That's good for Ghana. Sana, I didn't know what I was thinking. Idi Amin, to be quite honest with you, I appreciate him more than Rollins. Idi Amin, on completely a bit of a dummy, but he ruled with his conscience. But Rollins,
the man even outside politics, outside presidency in Ukraine, now out of power, now still continue to see Ghanaians as dummies, like.
Honestly, because our people
playing, always trying to undermine
and I'll tell you one thing. But personally, I'll tell you one thing because I really wanted to go. Now, my father catch him said, "Don't come over." Me, Papa, say, "Mama, ba."
You,
Mr.
Yossi, Mr. Yossi, Abi, okay, all right, but away.
Mr. Yossi, why was your father telling you they should do? Because
he knew that I was an activist. I was a human rights activist, a trade unionist. He knew that I always would argue my point of view. I was doing even stronger, more powerful than Kukubaku. I can say that. I can assure you that.
But the point is, look, if anybody, what annoys me these days is somebody waking up and say, "Oh, what Rollins did, where things will come, or somebody will come." Look, I'm happy you mentioned about this Afrifa in the race. Look, if you look at the coup they did, if you look at the caliber of Afrifa in the race, if you look at the caliber, the quality, their demeanor in that coup they made, you could see that these people they were like school children recruited to come and disorganize the country. They were smoking, they were making swagger, just that.
That's true. They didn't have a plan.
That's applied to these Rollins. When Rollins came, look, Rollins, he came to the scene at the age of 33, 34. Somebody hasn't worked before. He doesn't even know what planning is about. Nothing. He has walked through with these stupidities up to now. And people expect us to be hailing him as successful. Can you compare what Rollins left behind with what Kagame is?
Abe, Homeso, what it? Homeso. Now, I'm saying, I'm present Capito Denver call Rollins. La cry because Banasa now going who be or
yeah, Papa, I'll be sir. I will be sir Capito assembly say Abrofuni Nana a racism.
That's right.
me ba ho 2 days.
And kakitwe bo ho ne enko bombardie so.
I said eno ne dia me sure say a rhetorical question na won ka sa oni mansan.
Answer na dia.
On say eya na me kan de bia me kan say yenjai if say before na say bibi man 8 year me papa me dictionary no krani me wo Ghana na me nim bibia fa racism na me nim bibia me tempo da say me ba brofo kro me Finland ha say and I me beti because Ghana dey say and each kra na me say apartheid yeah racist struggle and all that but me ba criminal beti say there no when na unim me family dictionary me rule out me depend and I me rule out the word racism everything relating every word relating to that word me cancel it because me GD said there is nothing like racism. There is nothing like racism. Sir, BBS and me, I rule that if I will try to find a dictionary, I rule out that word from my dictionary because I believe there is nothing like racism.
Me can definition of racism chirawana.
Papa. Okay, dear, for the benefit of it for dear king kind.
Okay. Prejudice, right? Discrimination or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the beliefs that one's own race is superior.
Yes, absolutely.
And then
let's just say discrimination. Because that word na abamuno, and any idea made me feel say if we can replace it, we can replace racism with that word. No, discrimination. Me, I don't know me person me baba boss. Say all the baba treat me and here then discriminate. What is discrimination? Because I'm happy say the racism contains the word discrimination. Then na ye the aba.
Say discrimination the yimu
ye kasi yimu and then ye patre.
Preferences.
Na just say yimu nye bro abokina you me say efie right from our homes is everywhere and yeah abibi mamunkwa baby it's a natural thing. It's a natural thing. It's discrimination. Enti akwakoba ni say obroni ebo bibini a eye den eye racism. Obibini ebo bibini a eye discrimination.
No, only the children or your fight. I have to be honest with you.
Bibini ebo broni a eye racism. Na mrepi ni kra no papa no krenie since I meet you where the many I follow trends so bibini bo broni a ya na me sentia abrofo no so musun racism no krenie
hey me pocho we show you busy you teaching me segregation, racial segregation but we ba Crystal Palace, come to Crystal Palace, there's some public toilets. No, actually, blacks, no Irish, no Irish, no blacks. That was the time of racism or segregation. Yes, yes, please. So continue.
And now, make I say a discrimination, a yimu. My fa ye read the name Batasa Yirin Sasubano, that sense of discrimination. No, Yankasa interpretations and a money basa, and media if he said. That word in the crown, it before Ninya, because we have now decided to it makes one feel superior over you.
But you are saying very important things. Well, tell me. One time, I went for an interview in Hammersmith. They booked an interview for me. I was going for a job. Now, I went earlier, about 30 minutes before the time. So when I went, the secretary herself was now trying to set up. The boss I will be interviewing was there. I went to the first floor. When I went, the secretary was surprised to see a black person there. Chenyo. That's what's your name? They think I'm somebody from Oslo or Norway or Sweden. You know, the Jorsen name, they thought a Swedish guy and all that. Fine. You know what? She went up to one level to tell the gaffer or the boss that he is black. No, he's colored. So, see, he is colored.
Otia, did you hear that?
Mechi.
Okay.
Now look at that. Oh, bloody hell. I failed even before I started. In fact, I failed the interview before I started. They did not expect a black face to come for that interview. What I say? They didn't.
Until you relate that to racism, Anna.
We see, and it's obviously okay. Papa said, "I am black." No one knew me black, and they didn't. You wouldn't even have booked the interview for me in the first place. Me na me catch it all.
Capito, don't you think that the people involved, had something or have something wrong with their senses?
No, the lady, the secretary to the boss, you know, catch a guy in there. Mr. Jorsen is David Jorsen is here, but he's colored. What do you say?
And what would you say similar another interview? And I believe strong because initially Woka say Papa Bisa was Woka say nyomu ina netisa. Why can't we personalize it to the individual? Send it be what you feel so sana. Ebi akra form you ti kunu baako. Na baako ayeduane oyeduane a ebi amani say onu eduane obani nu eduane ma mbofra ni nyina edidi. Nti wayeduane na wodi ato chance ba na you mama mbofra ni nyina edi no na ono no asaja reserve ama ono nko anemba na omo akohye dem na omo edi na
yes
na sa subano so how do we call that?
It's discrimination. It's segregation, discrimination.
Nah, say, discrimination. They are saying any racism,
no, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than the others. That's the problem.
I think we should stop crying that race because if you say the more I hear of definitely because a mental thing to make you feel that inferior, you know. And to say
can I come in?
All right, money, why?
Black Lives Matter. Say this a hashtag be in them aircon.
I can't
a year me time pa because o kasa asem na one kasa kra no you are being discriminatory and answer ye kano as a reasonable human being no ye kasa life matters. Why do you think that only black lives matter? Not every life matters.
And you better say before no mo ho abasem so enti no
e den ho na wo hwe kasa before ho abasem say nipa ba ko obi edi obi ewu papa ye kasa bombardia na o ka asem bi obi so abobi tuo Okoya ye krom Ghana so papa yenkofa ewudi asema nde na wuti adom news papa bia otwa ne yire nsa mienu ewo takwansu ayem kokoni be ma bi koko ekuani bi akofa ne yire abari kru a oti so do koko efu se obani ka chense ontimi ntina ware ne hu bi mu ntino dwumadi bi ba ya edom ne ko ye na ka one ne yire ne nkwan ofas kan yetwa obani ne nsa abasa mienu fi na basa mienu na yefiri am obaye bleed we ne ko efie kwanta hospital na woru.
Wow. Oh God, I'm sorry.
Mami amika onye broni o onye Chinese ni o oye bibini ani ku bibini edi na o enti adenji na yesu you know media in Ukraine emebufu pa we should campaign say every life and no we also demonstrating say we going beyond ye color no. Let's tell the world say every life matters. Every life matters. If they can change the black out of that black life matter,
true. Let me tell you thing.
All right, Capito, 1 second. Try answer. What's it?
Meeting.
Also for ya to say.
Yeah, papa.
Okay. To what?
Every life to me, I say not only black lives matter. Every life matters. And if we are calling for justice now, we should call it collectively for everyone. Because you are brofu biswa. Before the war, It is a person fight against crime, against injustice, against discrimination. Yenyi sa kala no in free home.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Now, answer na yama abi aban we dey yemfam fam say looting cost abrantia baako America obini ono de okofa cash machine, right? Na the cash machine e bi a slim kakra. So kapito once you go home mo a de omtade si corner shops no ya na slim kakra, right?
Yes.
Ana wafa baako na unim okofa na unim ne get a vehicle a wo use there. Okofa cash machine bus na ode kofo. What I say?
Oh no.
na ode dru bus no. No. Bus driver na tum.
Oh God. He's not a clever thief. What can I be before you?
Are you joking or you are serious?
Video footage no so and answer.
My son no video no show phone so I was so right.
Send me who.
Message ya bro. What Abi come asem and I go hear video no.
Mama Smiley. Obosumfo, I presume you are based in Finland.
Hey, Abi, where the message?
Yes.
Abi, where the message? Yama bombardier mrem no on fan final wedding in am rapper na yen ko round yen sorry so ati. Bombardier yen ko.
Papa. As you say, Supreme Court, Ghana Supreme Court, or more, say registration is sent me. I will say, Omode see a Koto Parliament, say, Siciano, Obetmate at Abanibia. They say, wow, Ghana national card, no, a Ghana card, and I say, Ghana passport. Wouldn't be this a Omobia or your Ghana, or bit my watch, I say, and Pao, your Ghana. Nanuna Bimu, any opposition, the largest opposition, NDC, Omodo Court, say, and yet the Omobeti as na say Supreme Court no mutumi share articles be constitution no na che say ye be say voter ID card no is na nkasa issue no obetime deny obi that right no ade a ye dey ato abai president just 4 years ago ye dey referendum ye said ye assemblies no is be maka say enye eligible na nti omukoye no Supreme Court e dey about say the Supreme Court has ordered the Electoral Commission to provide the legal reasons why they have chosen to omit the existing voter identification card out of the list of ID cards acceptable for the upcoming voters registrations as I said to begin at the end of June. It only got the 7-member, justices, I Chief Justice no Chief Justice Eni Yeboah and other members, Justices Jones Duce, Paul Bafuboni, Nasiru Badebe, Samoke Mafusa, Nene Abaite Ofui Amegache ena Professor Ni Ashikuti no mkotana no say yisi no o meche di ntia o mo per legal reasons and technical reasons on per legal reasons are based on constitution say obi wo voter ID card na identity na yen man kwan ye fi the na bobo se makaje say yen makaje says unze mesi memo bi anka say obi okopay education schooling ya kwa any education because property new we here birth certificate and no the Ghana card and no the Ghana passport and this is why birth certificate and come Papa, what you can what is obi or birth certificate no or you just a UK birth certificate or your British need and so they don't just say Ghana card and Ghana passport and the two chests will be a Ghana in India. And two just say, Obi a passport and Obi or Munyana. You can go for baby or Nigeria form with the Ghana passport. And Nunti, there were 7,000 Ghanaians. America, the government of US, the government of Ghana can say, you'll be all Ghana passport be a Ghana. And then so, but then a year do I went to interpret that Ghana American team. And it's a Ghana government nankasa to no say and you 7,000 kuta Ghana passport no the first kuta Ghana passport and say oh you Ghana need ya and the same vein and say will be a Ghana card or Boko register nature so a Ghana. Now what your best certificate now and no year, the first other condition, you need the best certificate before you can get the Ghana card. Without the best certificate, you can't get the Ghana card. Without the best certificate, you can't get the passport. And with the best certificate, no, and the source no. Who's the use name of Ghana card in Papa be voter ID card they was to say. Papa Obekai, Abu Ramadan any can say any Mako versus a Yisi okay. Easy code based on the National Health Insurance card some about 4 or 5 years ago. Okay,
that's right.
Abu Ramadan on the brother of a second lady. On Bapanda is this ambassador, Ghana ambassador to Saudi Arabia and that enclave now. Saturn now who National Health Insurance card now to me it's a sort of bank which me call Jiskania that day, which quite me to Twaba. And Abu Ramadan is there. And confirm the past year say national in just say obia say full and for 8 me will be mosi 40 million national ID card be obia o ye ga woni time with 8 million yet me yusu na ye de court to Supreme Court na Supreme Court almost say ampa obi o peyare no se Burkina health system kan yinti no obaga na o twa wagadugu be ra egushegu a na obewura Ghana na eja koye de so ya no nya card ni bi nti obi a national ID card na ya ampa se wo NHS na NHS wo ye Ghana ni nti omu yifimu ena Supreme Court ruling say voter ID card is a legal document to do registration.
I was on for chair no only why
accepted legal tender ena judge no satana judge no wood na chief justice no mu rule you. After the next year, you see voter ID card on the eligible into no Ghana card near Papa, 15 million people know a voter ID card, and you can only get the ID card or you can only get an ID card unless you are duly registered by the EC. If the EC now one can issue ID card no, on this said also he cannot defend on one can card or issue.
I'm saying about my channel. Young Corporation for question when I'm
so say ruling is saying to me use birth certificate as form of identification to attain Ghana card.
Ghana card and a passport, Ghana passport. And as only be say obi be chairman say we Ghana ni.
Also you can use birth certificate and
who do use birth certificate? Registration the latter part of June this month. Who do use? You say Ghana Nemo Ghana card chezo ye Ghana ni ena Ghana passport so ye Ghana ni ena Ghana ni nzu twaba
every Supreme Court
so we the electoral commission decide sir
the electoral commission decide na koto say na obi nsu de kokozo ntia say who to use birth certificate ena a current voter no entimi enquire registration no ena obu de kokko na Supreme Court dey aba say yi sini meche de ntia wo omete especially voter ID card no enko to aba no ye to aba 2016 ye to aba last year to a referendum and decided to ye assembly members no you see Supreme Court use for a legal reason not technical reason legal reason in national constitution say obi voter ID card na enye eligible so bit me use the to aba any other university some other national ID card be a hobby, but permanently no voter ID card depending for almost 50 million because 50 million people now a current register anymore. And
ruling is
voter ID card to be on that register.
This is not a ruling, no. Say afena
the final rule where your preliminary rule say after obiame some of the asema by can say you see and attorney general defendant and a plaintiff na NDC ni some other private groups and to you see a Supreme Court abasi say you see for match legal reason here oma omiti excluded in voter ID card no from the
sana de netia also
and now you baba suspended we no registration now
we don't know yet
baba minim say what treat registration what the ababa
yeah kind of a little bit in the passing but you're bringing into your body and fancy why one body maybe I did what so to do more
that should be almost a substantive issue no omajani case na ko I think said Oma journey case no. It is say nyame yadom na say omo free case the case has been adjourned to sitting on the 11th of June. Until nyame born next week. Omo transfer so be argue easy for me prove say they told me exclude voter ID card a legal basis. Na plenty for so it me prove ampa ID card voter ID card no a legal basis a bit me that trouble because a legal business easy so because due to the plenty for card ya any na omo the ID voter ID can be Ghana card any can say passport no share easy suit prove it me prove say voter ID card na use no about 15 million people want say na so be illegally so make me use there na say so because due to dia and no me exclude but for now there yes easy or match identity based on legal reason identity or more excluded no and papa media macon say eno me yeah
baba dia wa kan nyina afesi ya misro what na ya brain
yeah na ma normal ye twetwa sa judgment that ni sa case hu na ye court cause but nyambo china de buja ye nti no
ya to aso ho why abe also fa meet me misro.
So I think he's
Yes, I live in Finland.
Okay. I don't think you can tell us that you have no experienced discrimination before.
I can never say that I've never experienced discrimination right from Ghana, right from the hospital where I was born.
Yes. The point is consistent discrimination. Because here we have laws, diversity and equality laws and so on, where you are not supposed to discriminate against the people you interact with. It could be your internal stakeholders, your external stakeholders, or the customer you are supposed to serve. We have laws against this. But the point is, when you practice this type of discrimination consistently against one particular group of people, and especially against their race, then you are racist. You understand?
Why wouldn't you be racist? Because the person is just crazy. The person. Why wouldn't we say the person is just crazy, acting abnormally towards other people?
No. Craziness is not an acquired behavior. Craziness is not an acquired behavior. It's something to do with your health.
Mental.
But once you can discriminate, you can reason.
Okay.
You understand? But does your reason tell you all the time, hurt only this particular group of people, this particular race?
So, Abe, would a reasonable being act awkwardly or weird towards other persons?
Well, don't let her add words. It's just as that.
Okay.
Bombardier, because some of us, we are not. I live in Vienna, Austria.
Abe, Master, maybe I can do this here, and I can find chef fridge. What? You find chef fridge.
No, quick one. Relating to what,
I don't have time for quick one again. Until the find chef fridge. What? Why? Now, Kabito.
Abi a chopa.
Kabito. Also for 1 minute. Nianko. Why? 1 minute, Pepe.
Oh, Empire Yabani say our president is a lawyer. He knows about the constitutional instruments and all that. The problem with the electoral commission is a small problem. It's a small thing. President must call them, sit down, talk sense to them, so that we get it clear. Every 4 years, we struggle. Ghana's tiny little country like that. We struggle with the laws and all that. It's a in English for, which is destroying us in Ghana. We know too much about nothing. Small trouble of voters registration, so acquire a problem. When are we going to prosper? Madame Fubi, Michelle, no, I was Indian. No, you introduced me to her family some years ago. You know what she said? She said he is an African, but he is all right. What did I say? It tells you a lot, isn't it? Okay. West Indians say, oh, this is skit, but he's an African. He's an African, but he is all right. What I say?
Matthias,
Yo. He's an African, but he's all right.
Yo, thank you very much, Capito.
It tells you a lot.
Yo, thank you very much. Na yama Rasba Jumba. What take you on Kakra? I'm fan away. Kitu bi Emra. Ras. Yanko.
Yo, Papa, me da say na me job so for. Na Papa Ebse yakaka kwa yanim na mititi enema bi no bi mu say systematic racism bi mu say institutional racism na ningi na mitie na me bobo na mi busa mu say systematic no ehifo na join na institution no ehifo na join na papa say ye betimi asesa systematic racism a papa you need more education ese ye pushi Yamana ebano. Na omufa ahode na se fa bibi ehye omu. Baba na omufa weapon bi esi omu ani so se omu ebesua system no. Na omu so akọ dominate wom. Eti se ne bia me no we se me call hospital me hu Asian doctors, Indians, me call lawyer, me hu Pakistani omu dominate ewo system no. Me encourage omo ba ene omo animu se ye pese ye conquer sa ekunwe yi dia a system dia ene papa ye ndo asuko wo system ni mu bi edin dia wa ese ye kon na nye se ye gobubu obi shop ani me da se nyame chire obi na obefia mehia wa chire ho ese me se new university na wo dia ba no no say papa your friend is brofuna okay variance me boy
I say strategic.
What's your friend say?
Strategic violence.
No na mpese mitie fi na num sabri na me say mehia no na ye discuss na acquire ye be strategic violence no na mahwe se bitima join ya na afie no majone ne yekoye no papa nyame hira obi bia o kina so nyame adom a ye behia
yo
eda nyame ase
yes ya da ase pa yes ya da ase bebre na ye de dwumadi na ye de we esi ha ye be da obi bia ase na se kese nkomo obi bia who has been part of today's show. It's been an interesting one, here and there and here, over and above. It's just like the definition of democracy, all over the place. But it's been interesting. I've loved it so much. I believe say also what's your baby kakra come. Summary, we're crossing over to Ghana for Hour of Awakening and Empowerment. Because say ene okonfo kwade na woda na osanki hunyum ba kuma okonfo kwade foto bi a me huye na maka ho asem. It wasn't so pleasing. But whichever way, you're more comfort kwade. Happy birthday. Yamfano nyom kitu abi nso so and then we cross over to Ghana for Hour of Awakening and Empowerment. Dino Papa Smile. Me na bi jumadi enchi am. Until then, that is tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Obrambo, you were said, I'm a bro. Yes, a bomb, every minute when you see you. There, then you know, I'm the other with you. I buy what here,